In the world of champions, the journey is never easy. It's about pushing limits, overcoming obstacles, and finding strength with every heartbeat. Sometimes your goals seem impossible. But together, we shatter limits. Whatever your sport, whatever your goal, we go beyond your limits together.
On Qualifier 3 right now, as we did see our winner get through yesterday. So we got a couple games on the way for you. One of them is going to be, well, Ice Beasts versus ranked 2.0 champs. And, well, let's just hop right over to the map bands. We'll have a quick look at what these bozos have been doing. So it looks like we're going to be going over to Nighthaven, which is relatively interesting. Obviously, considering there was the choice between Chalet and Nighthaven at the very, very end. So it's going to be Ice Beasts that produce the final ban in order to bring out Nighthaven into the mix. So pretty interesting. So a little bit of worrying stuff going on in the production chat. I'm not worried at all. Either way, these two teams, two very good teams. Envy is one that has played in multiple different areas, and they are currently under the name Rank 2.0 champs. And then, yeah, they kind of play in a lot of different places from what I've seen so far. Then we've got Ice Beasts. Ice Beasts are very, very similar. They're not one that I've particularly casted much of myself, and I don't really recognize many of the players, but it'd be very interesting to see how they perform. Especially considering, in my mind, this could very well be an underdog story. I think it's very interesting to see these newer players come in and really show off the ability they have. So there's a lot of potential here for us to see something new and something special that could really kind of throw a spanner in the works for a lot of people. Like, no one here has entered knowing that they're going to lose, which is something a lot of people need to keep in mind. Everyone has entered knowing there's a possibility that they can come out with a win. Right now, though, with the communications going on between my production team and the players, we are just going to have a quick little conversation about what's going on here, essentially. We've got three qualifier days, three qualifier days, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. This is the final one. Qualifier 1 and Qualifier 2 and Qualifier 3. As you would have saw, I was casting Qualifier 2 yesterday, which was actually a lot of fun. But just to go through quickly, in Qualifier 1, we saw Team Aku Aku and Project XY in 3rd and 4th, respectively. Oh no, not 3rd and 4th. I'm looking at the wrong one. We saw Besiktas and Team 300 in 3rd and 4th. We then saw Psychopatas in 2nd and Team Fraternity taking the win. In Qualifier 2, we saw Infi Sports come 3rd/4th alongside Diavali, with Infuria and Lenovo Legion Honved moving on to the finals, and Lenovo Legion Honved came out with the win, and we're going to be looking to see if we can crown another, very well-respected winner today, and a well-deserving one at that. We do have a lot of familiar faces, people that we saw yesterday, people that we may have seen the day before, people that we saw yesterday and maybe could have seen a little more from. Tutupazo, Nordenco. We've got LFO in here. We've got Infuria, Rank 2.0 champs who we're seeing now, etc., etc. There's many people playing in here looking for those points. Team Fraternity's in here. Project Black X, Diavali, Project XY. Lots of familiar faces. It'll be very, very interesting to see how people come up and fare against each other in the later end of this tournament, as it will be whittled down into a bit more of a manageable sample size, to say the least. But yeah, so far, there is one team with a bye in the round of 32, and that is LHV. They're going to be moving on to the second round and playing against the winner of LFO versus Everloop. So that'll be another one of those that we have to kind of look over and make sure is all right. Because, we want to maybe cast that game at some point. And by we, I mean I. There. A couple of teams I'm very excited about seeing. Besiktas, obviously, to everyone else's knowledge, I haven't really seen much of Besiktas, but there was the SGC Weekly Series that I told you about where they did very, very well. I'm very interested in seeing them do more in this, alongside a few of these other teams, particularly and namely LFO, because there's some of my old teammates on that team and etc., etc. So it's going to be nice to see any of these teams really start to thrive in this environment. And to be honest, today is the proving ground. If you haven't achieved a good amount of points already, now's the time you've got to be looking for it. You've got to be hunting for it. And you've just got to make that dash. Well, it looks like we are going to be hopping ourselves into the game. I'll stop waffling about random crap and go back to the Rank 2.0 versus Ice Beast on Night Haven Labs. The operator ban phase. Realistically, we're just going to see shields. What are the odds that the first ban's a Monty? Come on. It'll be a Monty and a Ying or a Monty and a Dekebi, and there's no other bans I can imagine coming out on the attack. We got a Thatcher. I'm already wrong. All right, now my entire plan's out the window. They banned Thatcher. That's mental. Some teams don't even play Thatcher, even when he's unbanned. On the defense, probably Azami, probably a Fenrir, probably Tuberal. There you go, Hatch stalling. Wow. I mean, Tuberal is a very surprising operator. He is just one of those that like is kind of used as a very gimmicky operator. There's several ways to trick with him, alongside a bandit or a Cade, but the main thing Tuberal's used for is just being a nuisance and annoying bandits. But here we go with round number 1. At the moment, both of these teams pretty unproven. Nobody knows sort of where they're going to end up. We've seen a little bit from them in the previous qualifiers, but we haven't really seen either team go nuclear as far as I'm aware. In qualifier 1, 2.0 champs went out in
Defenders,
the
protect your bombs
quarterfinals.
from being defused by attackers.
I don't even know if Ice Beast played. Oh, they did. Ice Beast went out in the round of 32. In qualifier 2, Ice Beasts
Bomb
once again
located
went
by
out in the round of
attackers.
32. And where is rank 2.0 champs? Rank 2.0 champs went out in the round of 16. So both teams have had a bit of a rough time so far, looking to try and bring themselves back into it, but the other one is going to give the team a
10
rough
seconds
time
left.
again.
5 seconds remaining.
Bless me.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Someone's talking about me, I think. Yeah, these vertical angles from the bandit here are actually really nice. You'll usually have a player come over towards that window to try and pressure it in order to excuse me. In order to open the floor underneath the bandit and deal some real damage. That's probably what Ruka's gonna do now, but I don't know why he's quite entered in from the basement. But that's kind of just a him decision, I guess. But normally, it is this Ash. She'll open up the window, she'll throw an Ash charge up there in order to actually bring a bit of pressure onto this bandit. But with him not feeling anything a minute into the round, he's just going to back himself up. Bit of damage dealt. Oh no, no damage dealt. I'm losing my mind, I thought that was blood splatter. Damage down now as well, bandit falls to the Ash below. And that's where the holes became necessary, became important, as Ruka still hasn't really made a move, looking to strike, slithering around underneath is the snake of Buck. Just trying to see if he can find himself an opening to really make a difference, really deal some damage in this round. In go the bees as Grim's getting ready to jump in the window, but it's going to be Kaito to take out Legion on the rafters as he just kind of heads back underneath. This is a very poke and pinch, poke and strike sort of gameplay that we're seeing from the side of Ice Beast.
Attackers bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Capcan trap goes off, Coop goes down. 3 versus 4 now. 3 versus 3 as they manage to secure another kill onto one of the other attackers, and this is where it becomes a bit worrying for this attack. They've managed to get their first 2 opening picks, but the man count's equal. Buck opening up from below just to see if he can apply some pressure on towards that backside behind the desk. Goomine goes off because Ash is hit by a mist, and now she's just going to have to jump back on cams, make sure nobody's trying to rotate around and give her a bit of a run for her money in that position. There is a smoke flanking down that blue stairs, but he's decided against it, decided to bring himself back and get himself into a bit of a safer position. Capital and Smoke narrowly avoiding the angles onto each other as Ash looks like she wants to try and come in for a flank. That's the smoke down, and Ash is going to be completely clear to try and make her way through. They know because of the damage taken from the barbed wire, but Capcan still not even able to get over towards that side of the site, and Frost has just missed her opportunity. They've made their way in, they're running past, and they're going to start trying to go for this plant. The longer they let them go for this plant, the worse this is going to be for them. They managed to get the... Oh my god. They managed to get the planter, but it was so close there. Fractions of a second between Buck finding that kill onto Kapkan and Kapkan being able to win the round for free. That was really poorly done by the attacking side. They had a player inside the site, unable to see the man that had walked in through the door. And then we also had the Ash that was on the little cubby door towards blue that just completely missed everything that was going on in front of her.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
As we move into round number 2, realistically, I think we need a bit of like contention from the defensive side in the later round, especially when we're in like the earlier round. I think the only really play that was made when the execution was trying to be made
10
was
seconds left
the
before insertion.
Kapkan swing onto the Capital that was planted behind the bomb.
5
And
seconds
to be
to
quite
insertion.
honest, I'm a little confused why he didn't use any of his bolts, but either way,
Attackers'
It's
objective is to locate a bomb and defuse
a
it.
situation where you're not really doing enough. We're just seeing a lot of like stagnation, and you saw when the execute was trying to go down, we had a player in connector, and then we also had a player like generator. So both players were on the same area of the map. Like, sure, they're able to hold each other and get each other's refrag if necessary, but in a position like that where you're in a clutch situation essentially and you're looking to try and deny and execute, you need to get yourself in a position where you're able to, you know, hold these crosses. It doesn't matter if you can get each other's refrag or not. You need to be in a position where you can sort of make it more uncomfortable for these people to actually try and do anything. And if you're holding from generator, you can have that other player hold on the opposite side. So the fact that Capcom was even in connector in the first place was a bit of a detriment to that strat. But Ash going to be trying to deal with the mirror window. First, Ash charge gets caught by an ADS, and that's not going to be ideal considering there's still one more mirror to deal with. Outside walls being opened up by Maverick and Ace respectively, as they're just going to be getting themselves ready to get into the map and actually start catering towards making a push. Jaeger about to get in a bit of a scuffle with the man at the bottom of blue stairs. Doesn't quite know, but neither does Buck, as they're just slowly sort of aware, but not quite. They're just acutely aware of each other's position. In comes Buck into a crossfire, gets his head taken off from both sides. Ace still hovering around, mirror window smashed, so he's managed to get himself a position where he's not able to be seen. Maverick, also the last one standing alongside Ace, isn't actually able to get himself in towards generator because of the window. Has to hold himself in and get past the player that's already sort of in that room. Hops it eventually, but gets the kill. Is going to need to get another one here if he needs to keep himself safe, but he's a bit worried about that back flank. Manages to get one. He knows that Valkyrie's going to be trying to go for it, but never mind. It's no-no with the Deagle in order to peek that corner and get himself a cheeky little kill. Round number 3, rank 2.0 versus Ice Beasts. We're looking at a relatively similar setup from the attacking side, pretty much every round, if not relatively similar,
Attackers
basically
need
the
to
same.
locate and defuse bombs.
They're not really deciding to change much. On the defensive side, however, we do see the mirror again, we do see the Azami again, the smoke again, the Valkyrie again. Only thing they've really changed is the Jaeger for the Legion. And I mean, even then, that's just kind of your flex operator anyway. It doesn't really matter too much what they're going to be trying to play or do. So, having them on something that's going to be a bit more supportive for your team is something you very much want. Obviously, they had the Capcan in round 1, then the Jaeger, then the Legion.
5 seconds left.
I think they're building versatility strats
Attackers
where they
must
can kind of
locate and
just like
defuse
throw
the
a
bomb.
random thing into the mix every now and again, which is really a nice thing to see. A lot of pressure looking like it's going to be coming from this warehouse side. Windows been clinched by the side of Legion. He is just going to be trying to go for a spawn peek, but almost gets himself spotted a little bit as well, I mean, drone comes in the window and does probably eventually spot him.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Keeps himself hidden for now. Took a little pre-fire at first, but wasn't actually able to find the man's face, as we do see the Dekebi here just hovering around above. There's several players from this attack on the second floor, ready to start trying to make advancements towards the site.
Bomb detected.
Legion already altered his position. He's already on the cargo stairs, ready to go down, ready to fall off, ready to fall back. But he does want to try and grab himself a pick first, if at all possible, Ram. Just dropping down onto that first floor, getting ready to just open things up and start to make a bit of a problem for his defenders. Speaking of problems, there goes the call. Grandma's calling. The hatches are being opened, and it's your job to try and deal with the pressure being applied, as no one's really made any sort of move right now. Some bout cams being dealt with alongside the default cameras. Legion, bottom of the cargo stairs, is going to get spotted out eventually by this drone that's going to be cruising by IQ, and that is exactly the case, as Thermite is just getting those double wall open. Nade going to be going down as in IQ's foot. Not sure why it wasn't removed earlier. Did a pretty hefty chunk of damage. Legion trying to take a peek on towards the stairs, gets himself out of there eventually, just to not get himself fingered in a corner. A little bit of contention from the defense over towards that cargo side. They've got the footholes, which are relatively default. Nothing really there to mask or mark as a sound cue. No beepers, no banshees, nothing. Just kind of bare and barren.
Activating code.
Dekebi going to be throwing out a second and final call as she makes her way down the back stairs. Hopefully going to be finding something for herself here, but it's Ash. Oh no, Buck, sorry, that's actually dropped the hatch. He finds two. Dekebi, not Dekebi, Valkyrie finds one in return, and we're just going to be there to find another. Kills just going both ways. The double there for the mirror is going to be good, and a 1v2 situation for PRFD. Going to be trying to take the swing, gets the kill onto the diffuser, but isn't able to find the Buck, as there to get the refrag, and that's going to be the round in favour of this attack once again. As we move on to round number 4, Ice Beasts have managed to get themselves a pretty decent lead.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
And if we're able to maintain this, we're definitely going to be coming out of this with a 4-2 split in favor of the attack, which is something I didn't really expect to see, especially considering this map is pretty well and away defender sided. Kaizo really showing off why he's got Demon in his name right now, as he's 7-2, and same goes for PRFD, but I mean, obviously he doesn't have Demon in his name or anything. He's just kind of a beast, I guess.
5 seconds remaining. Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Both of these teams about matching in performance, both sort of equalizing each other right now, as we do see some pretty aggressive peaks coming out in the early round from these defenders, but nothing really to be found, as they do just kind of fall off with what they're doing. And now, with these peaks coming out on towards the stairs up to where the Dekebi actually is, it is going to be PRFD to come in for a flank Hydra. Doesn't quite know what's
Bomb
going
located
on. He's
by
going to be
attackers.
trying to make his way down the corridor. He has got an inkling of something, so he is going to be watching in that direction to see if anything does try and make a move. Doesn't see anything yet. Is going to be just sending a drone that way just to have a quick check. Does spot out the Valkyrie and has to get himself out of there before the Dick Heavy comes chasing. Ram tanks a mine and a couple ticks is down to that 110 health pool, same as the rest of the players in this game. But here comes a call. They know this Legion is nearby and potentially even know that the Valkyrie is going to be hovering around somewhere on this first floor as well. The double vertical coming out from Buck is going to spot out a little bit of utility, but I don't think he's really able to find anything with it. The rest of the team just going to be hovering around, keeping themselves safe on site for this defense. Is your blur? Slur? Bro's a slur.
Located.
Slur finds a kill with the C4. I really don't know what his name is, I'm going to be honest. No, Envy. Alright. One with the C4, pretty good. Especially with a lack of information or utility, it's pretty decent to be able to find that and actually be able to secure your team a man advantage this early on is very, very good for you. Wolf, still electrified, isn't quite able to be gotten as well. He's got to wait for the Dick Heavy to make his way in and over towards that position and actually give him a hand. But I think it's going to be IQ to try and take the drop down into the small room. There goes the nade, singing through. Does hit the man, but doesn't quite find a kill or anything
15 seconds to go.
of the sort. He's going to be waiting for a peek, finds one.
10 seconds remaining.
There goes the Kebby. Thermite finds one for his trouble.
5 seconds
And
left.
it's going to be the Azami trying to take the peek onto the hatch. Isn't able to quite find it. It's going to be Ballox to find the kill on the peak. And that's just going to be the round over in favor of the defensive side once again. So 2-2 equalized as of right now.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
As we move into round number 5, both of these teams need their players to wake up just a little bit on both sides. We've got a couple of these players on the defense, even though the defense is still doing quite well. They're not really in a great position on this stat line, alongside the other side, who still have Robo and Coop sitting on 0 and 1 kill respectively. So we're gonna have to see a little bit more from them, get their head in the game a little bit if they want to try and actually have a pretty big impact
Attackers'
in this
objective is
round.
to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Boss G is going to be in use once again. We spoke about why this weapon's so good yesterday. It is going to be picked up and utilized by the Vigil of Nona. It's just dancing and dodging death right now, as there is just a bit of two players just kind of flirting with the devil. There is going to be one hiding out in warehouse. Looks like he's going to be in storage. As Buck very close to making his way through and into that room as well. This could be a bit of a bloodbath here, because Ace has got the crossfire to see if he can find himself something, and a little worried about someone from the cafeteria side, so he's trying to keep himself safe. Finds the man that comes through the wall. Ruka falls, and now it's a much better position for Ballox, because he doesn't need to find any of these kills now. 2 kills found, and if he dies and goes down, it's completely fine. He's going to try and take the peek onto the window, but not going to be actively getting peeked at that moment. Another one found by his teammate, the Valkyrie of PRFD, does find one. And that leaves us in a 2 versus 5. Ace not able to get the wall. Bless Capital comes and gives him a hand with those EMPs. Bit of a peek from the Azami on the rafters, almost manages to get herself something onto Ace, but there it is. Cranks finds Coop, and it's just up to this Capital to salvage, pick up the pieces in this situation. He's trying to get the kill onto the Valk, but isn't able to find it. PRFD takes the swing in the end, and Hydro falls. Decease. The bullets of the MPX. The pea shooter itself.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Final round of the half now for these teams. Round 2.0 going to be looking for that 4-2 half. And realistically, they should smell it at this point. They need this 4-2
Bomb
split.
located by attackers.
Unfortunately for them, going to the worst site on the map competitively. The only site on the map that has a lower than 50% win rate, while also being the only site on the map that has a lower than 60% win rate for the defenders. So it's a little unsure why they particularly choose this one, but it is also favoured by teams such as
Attackers are
G2
heading out
and
to defuse a
Team
bomb.
Secret in some respects. So it's not something we can exactly knock right now. They are just going to be trying to go for a bit of a cargo breach. They know there's a mute jammer on the wall, so he's just going to be going higher up and getting that open that way. Pop goes the weasel, the wall goes bang, and now these players just going to be doing the normal thing of, you know, opening up these vertical angles, but the Ash is already going to be on the window. She gets caught out by Balak from below on the run out. That means it's going to be ever so much harder to deal with this without, never mind, I was going to say without the EMPs, but they just repelled up again, didn't they? Yeah. They just repelled up again, and that just gave them the breach. Bit of contention there from Valkyrie in towards Workshop, isn't quite able to find anything, and there is going to be a bit of an engagement here. Thermite falls, Balak's found his second on the round, finally starting to wake up into this game. There goes Nono with the Boss G, but it's returned by Ruka. PRFD falls, the top frag of 4, rank 2.0 side. The Boss G waiting, lying for this IQ to take the peak, but the head is found of the Vigil, and IQ going to be relatively low on HP now. She gets caught out by those vertical angles, and going to be making their way through and in on towards this control room area in order to get that presence above the site. Defenders hiding, waiting, lying in wait, holding these angles, seeing if they can catch anybody out on the execute, on the attempt to get themselves in, around, and about it on the site. Hopefully IQ's smart here and uses some of these nades in the last 50 seconds just to get a little bit of vertical angles where possible, because, I mean, use the utility you've got or don't, bring it. It is essentially worthless utility if you're not bringing anything. And if you don't use it, you're essentially not bringing anything. There is, again, pressure through the vertical angles, nearly finds a man, and that's enough. But Ruka already on a triple. Potential for the ace here, even though they're only on 22 HP.
15 seconds to go.
Fire going to be denying the sentry, or the striker, sorry, of Hydra. As Hydra manages to get himself in, he's going to be trying to get himself in for
5
a plan.
seconds remaining.
And as he does start it, He is going to be sticking it. In comes the
Operators, you have
bearing
run out
line
of
from
time.
Tachanka. Isn't actually able to find the kill. And, well, that's going to be the round done, dusted, and Jover. As the 4-2 split goes in favor of rank 2.0. Sorry about it being a solo cast today, boys. We had a little bit of a mishap with the scheduling. It's nobody's fault, but I won't go into detail here.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
I'll do my best, and I'll carry on casting to my heart's content. While also giving you a bit of random information that for some reason no one needs to know, but I've just got stored in my little autistic brain. Is that a soft wall mirror? There's no way that's a soft wall mirror.
10 seconds to go.
Oh my god.
5 seconds to insertion.
Boys, we've done it. Your boy Roy has made his way to
Attackers
comp.
must locate and defuse a bomb.
I'm not exactly a fan of that. I know some
Attackers
people
drop the diffuser.
do like
Attackers
to,
have recovered
you
their
know, use it
diffuser.
as like not an intimidation tactic, but to throw them off. But realistically, there's so much soft breach that people bring nowadays. Ash, things Sophia, even just nades and buck. You can use to like clear out the last bits of wood to just break that mirror entirely, and just turn it into holes. Hibana as well. She's another one that's very, very competent at dealing with mirror. So it just ends up in this position where like that soft wall mirror is gonna be kind of useless if they're able to spot it out early. There is a bit of contention onto the windows. It's gonna be Dekebi hovering around over towards this cargo stairs window, and with the doors being barricaded upstairs, the Buck of Nono is gonna be a little tentative on the push-up and doesn't really want to get himself through that on the assumption that there is going to be a player, but it's going to be PRFD to fall as the C4 below finds the frag. Now, the man advantage. So close for Castle to lose his life. The man advantage does fall into the hands of the defense of Ice Beasts. For the first time in a little while, they've gathered themselves a lead, and it looks like the attacking side are gonna want to try and get themselves through and in, and driving yourself in like this is gonna be the perfect way to do it. They found one, and Dekebi's gonna be looking for more. Doesn't quite know the Legion's still gonna be up above. He finds Buck. No falls. Kaito still around. He finds one more. Bollocks falls. Only Ace and Grim left remaining in this 4 versus 2. Possible, but not at all likely. These players really fighting tooth and nail for this win. Kaito finds one more, ends up in a 1v1 with Cranks on the Grim. Isn't able to find it yet. Grim, still 3 remaining if he wants to try and pull this out of the bag with a win. Doesn't know there's a man close on the right. Is going to see the camera and just fall himself off. Kaito from a different avenue of attack. Drops the hatch and is going to be now caught in a room with 2 castle barricades and 20 seconds.
15 seconds left.
Anomaly detected. Discontinue animus use.
10 seconds to go.
I'll let you
5
guys
seconds
have
remaining.
awkward silence.
Operators, you are out of time.
Alright, awkward silence over. That was unfortunate, to say the least. I don't think there's really
Attackers
much more
need to
you can say
locate and
about that
defuse
situation.
bombs. Bomb located by attackers.
Perhaps you should just be a little bit more careful that there's castle barricades about when there's a castle on the board. But stat line's really starting to step up now, especially on the side of rank 2.0. Everyone's started trying to dip their toes in the water at this point. But on the opposite side, it still kind of comes down to those like 1, maybe 2 players. Ruka, the only reason I consider even though he's 5 and 5 right now is
10 seconds
because of
left
that big
before
kill that he got earlier on while on like 20 health.
5 seconds to insertion.
But the only player really going hard
Attacker's
right now
objective
is
is
going to be that
to defuse the
Kaito on Ice Beasts. Trapdown and Castle is a bit of a funny combo. Window getting popped open as Ash attempts to drone, gets caught out on the drone by the cap can, and nearly gets caught out from the rafters by Legion. Bit of contention still on towards the window, very close from Legion to finding that kill. And Ash just going to be waiting, holding, praying that she finds a head onto Legion. As it's going to be someone to take a bit of damage from below. The Warden with that SMG-12 in hand is just in a position to be able to cut off this player, cut him down. Yeah, he doesn't quite realise that she's aiming at a guy through the wall. Nono finds that kill, or not Nono, Kaito finds that kill onto Nono, and it's going to be the Kevi hovering around on the second floor, gets into a bit of a scuffle, a bit of an engagement. And now as Kaito comes swinging out from the rafters area, that's going to be one more for him and his stat line. The thermite above breach is going to be a problem if there's not dealt with. Kaito going to be going back over towards those rafters. Robo finds one for himself, finds another, and that's going to be both kills in his pocket. The round goes the way of Ice Beasts on this defense. Pretty comfortable victory from them. It was very well played when it came down to the entire aspect of just the players' positioning. Because you had the player on the downstairs that was like a big issue with those vertical angles. He managed to deal a bit of damage to the thermite early, found 2 kills straight after.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Sorry, straight after pressure was starting to get applied upstairs. The players that were upstairs, you had one over towards blue side that was holding the cross towards control. You had the player on the rafters that was able to come in and give him a hand because he had to rotate from the rafters in towards the control room. And yeah, it was just very, very well played from the room. It's a nice room that they had. It was quite sort of
5 seconds to go.
intuitive in a way.
Attacker's objective is to
Now they're going to
defuse
be
the bomb.
trying something new. That is a very interesting strategy. I like this a lot.
Hostile spotted.
This is one I'll have to try myself. The shield goes up and they're trying to get him over it, but unfortunately the defense are selling because there's no dock. It's a joke, by the way. Some shotgun shells coming in from underneath in order to try and make some angles, but who needs angles when you've got bullets in your head? Warden tries to take the same peek, but almost gets himself caught as well. Not Warden, Sentry, sorry. Tries to take the same peek, almost gets himself caught. SMG-11 of the Mute is going to be trying to take the swing over towards the meeting room door on towards that back stairs, but it's going to be Ace there to respond. finding that kill just yet, and a lot of the attackers pretty low, not extremely, not to the point where it's extortionate or anyone's at the point of no return, but B's going in. Sentry caught out, is going to be getting pinged by these Bs, gets caught from the back side, as it's going to be Thermite holding on to that main breach. Ace still about and over in that direction as well, as so is Mute. One of these players is Warden, who's going to be on one side of Generator / Workshop, and the other one is this Mute that's going to be on the opposite side. The miss! The SMG-12 not really working out in the favour of the player on that side, as Mute is just all walking all the way back. And, well, gets himself caught by the man watching the flank.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Sorry about getting distracted just there. If you're wondering what distracted me, I got a notification on my phone. You should probably look up who Mr. Beast's lawyer is. Because it's quite funny. Either way, ignoring a lot of that situation, moving back onto Siege. There is two teams duking it out to try and make sure that they can get it past the furthest they've made it in the tournament so
10
far.
seconds to go.
Ice Beasts haven't yet made it past the round of 32. If they come out of this game with a win, it will be the first time they've made it successfully out of this bracket of the tournament.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
And rank 2.0 has gone out in the quarterfinals, the round of 16. And are looking to try and improve on that, rather than going out in the round of 32 and having, by all accounts, a downwards trajectory in this tournament. 5-4 isn't exactly looking promising for them though. They've got the blitz on the board and they're probably going to be trying to go for something a bit faster over towards
Attackers
the
have
Sexo
located
side. The mirror window is going to be denying them a little bit as they are starting to apply pressure across other areas of the map and seeing if they can get and poke and prod anything out of these defenders. Laser going to be spotted on the right side of that window as the drone comes through and spots out the player as well. Maverick just hovering around. Down comes the players from the hatch. The blitz gets injured from the man on the stairs, and that means Ace is going to fall as well because he has no one there to protect him. Kaito is technically fine too, but one of them was an injury from his teammate. So he's only going to get confirmation for one. 13 and 7 is this man right now. Capital Fire is missed and goes onto the wrong side of the breach because of one tiny bit of fragmentation from the breaching charges that were used. And we are going to see a bit more of a scrappy fight here as well. Ruka manages to find Nono, and it's another 1v5 situation in favor of Ice Beasts. We're potentially seeing a flawless round here to equalize the score. And yeah, we're just going to be running into a castle barricade. So another one of these situations where we just end up wasting a lot of time. When it comes down to the way these teams have performed so far, as much as it seems like rank 2.0 have just had like an overall better performance, it's just not showing for them on the stat line. There is going to be a swing around by the heavy and free-firing everything. She doesn't want to get herself caught, and that is completely understandable. The Warden going to be close on the door with a shotgun. Not something she's going to be able to push herself without taking a big risk. In she comes, she finds the kill. PRFD needs to get this goo mine out. Only 14 HP now, one bullet away from death in this 1v3. 20 seconds left, has to get himself down into the basement. Doesn't have diffuser,
15
needs to
seconds
chase
left.
kills, knows he needs to change kills, but he's now in a position where he can't actually win could not go for the plant if he wanted to after finding this mirror because no one else on the enemy team is on site. And that's going to equalize the scoreline at 5-5.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs. Bomb located by attackers.
Now, round 11. We're at least reaching all 12 and potentially
10 seconds left.
we could be going all the way.
5 seconds remaining. Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Not really a grand amount to say about what's going on right now. There is just a lot of setup going on. They'd like to have this rotate over towards the customs area, but I don't think it's really benefited them or they've really used it much. Because I haven't really seen anybody decide to play inside of that room anyway. Wall is just going to be muted, so it's going to be relatively easy to deal with as well. The thermite charge does go off. If only there were some impacts on this defensive side, they could have impact tricked that even just once. Buggy going out in towards workshop could help, could hinder this attacking side. It could give them angles, yes, onto the warden that is going to be hovering around below, but realistically, if they're not careful, that could also give him angles to be able to get himself some kills. Breach is open inside of the basement. He's looking out for the drone hole right now, but Ash, or Ram, sorry, of Crank has made his way in. Ram on for himself. C4 prepped in hand, going to be lined up to throw through these floorboards. Out it sings, and the man goes down, but isn't quite finished off as he's going to have to make the rotation on the Ying all the way around to give him a little bit of a heal up. That's going to make him ever so much easier to kill through this floor. And that's where things start to get scary as a Ram. Workshop floor being open and knowing there's a man playing inside of that room, it is going to be a bit of an issue. And knowing it's a warden too means this Ying is relatively useless at being able to deal with the position he's in. Got his glasses on, soon takes them off. Buck below is going to be trying to deal some damage. He sees Buck below, he deals a lot of damage. He activates his glasses after the Candelas come in and doesn't manage to find the kill. Perfectly played by No-No, finds a second. The man above is going to be trying to find him, but the beautiful flick upwards is going to be the difference maker as the shotgun of the super shot comes around the corner. The UMP tries to find the kill, but it's going to be slurred through the wall to find that frag and end off this round. It looks like rank 2.0 aren't going down without a fight, and that's going to be match point for them. Tactical timeout for the side of Ice Beasts. Realistically, all you really need to be saying here is, come on, boys. Let's get it together. It's just a struggle, man. It's really a struggle because the problem is the mental's so chalked on the side of Ice Beasts, and you can tell. The reason why is because you've still got 3 of the 5 players on the team underperforming, and the only reason they're not winning is because of that. If we had a bit more performance from any of these players, we would definitely just be seeing Ice Beast soar right now. But as it stands, we seem to be seeing the game of a lifetime from 2 of these players, and the opposite side is just playing extremely consistently. Everybody sort of on the board together, not struggling to put these numbers up when necessary.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can. Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Once again, going to be going back up to this top floor site. It is still Ice Beasts on the defense. At least for the time being.
10 seconds to go.
It's do or die now for Ice Beasts. These players
5 seconds
have no
remaining.
other choice but to step up or go home on the proverbial bus ride.
Attackers are moving to defuse
As
a bomb.
Mr. Whiskey Glitter likes to say. They have reinforced half the wall. They've made a slight difference to their usual setup and potentially going to be trying to go for some sort of trick onto it. But they only have the 2 impact grenades. Very cool idea to go for the G2 strat of leaving it soft in the first place, and that simply is just because one side, if you try and thermite, then it's just going to get shot. But if you try and thermite the other side, it's muted. So the only way to really counter this strat is if you bring like a lot of soft breach, and teams that don't really bring much soft breach, you can kind of take advantage. Like if a team just likes to bring Sophia or something like that, or maybe even like just a sledge, you can play around that. And as long as you've got someone aggressive on the wall, you can usually take the swing onto the sledge and make it a bit of a problem for him. This is a really nice combination of the New Jammer and the Cade Claw, making a wall very, very difficult to breach without coordination. So this is going to be something I might have to try and rank at some point, running the Mute and the Cade, because I do have a little support combo player that I play with frequently. The electrification comes back though, manages to deny a full breach, making sure they aren't able to actually enter through the breaches that are made. Pillar is going to be Mute, hovering around, watching the angle, ready to try and take an engagement. C4 pulled, knows there's going to be a man close to the breach, and he's just waiting to send it, but I don't think he's quite aware that he's not as close as he might think. Doesn't choose to send it, so seems to be more aware than maybe I gave him credit for, but is holding it back in hand. The IQ is going to be in and in position. C4 goes out, injures one, kills another. Kaito finds a kill as well. Even though we've got a man pinged by bees, it's not going to be attackers to really be able to find their way back in. But as I say that, the Maverick of Balux finds 3 on the rafters. And we're left in this 2v3 position. Ace on 20 HP. Grim comes in, finds 1. Cade going to be on the flank, as I don't know if they're fully aware. Comes round on the back, throws the C4 out, finds nothing as it gets shot out by the Grim in the air. Tries to take the swing round. There's going to be the Maverick there to watch the door from the other side of the reinforcement. Bees go out. Grim's going to be ready and waiting, lying in wait for this man to make his way through and around to get himself caught in this position. GG is being called by both teams as these engagements not able to be found. The jump in through the breach isn't going to be yet found by Maverick, but a bit of damage dealt on 38 HP is Cade as he tries to take a bit more of a swing on towards the workshop area. Maverick finds the kill, and that is going to be the game, set and match in favour of the rank 2.0 side. Ice Beasts, unfortunately, not able to make it this time, but could come back next time. Making those necessary changes is all they need in order to be able to come back so much stronger than they showed in this match. Really interesting match as a whole. Probably one of the closest ones we'll actually have tonight. Going through all of the first 12 rounds. Not something you see all the time, so you've got to be pretty happy with that. We have another interesting game for you coming up in just a few minutes, as we are just getting the highlights run through now. Highlights aren't working, so instead it's going to be my caster jump scare once again. Joke's on you guys. Isn't really a lot to say about that game. Realistically, Rank 2.0 played better. However, on the side of Ice Beasts, the main real issue they faced was the fact that there was a lack of consistency. They had 2 players playing extremely well, but everyone else was just kind of pooing the bed. So you're in a position where if your players aren't able to, give you a hand, it's not exactly a Shiko show on that team. And it's the same for the rest of the teams in this tournament. So we are very unsure of... you end up in a position where you're very unsure as to where you can go from there. Whether you're the guy at the top or the guy at the bottom. And because the mentor seemed very, very chalked, that's probably why they struggled so much. However, coming up next on the stream, we do have Team Fraternity versus Project Black X. Don't go anywhere, but if you need to, go fill up that drink, go grab yourself a snack, go to the toilet, get yourself refreshed, and be ready, because when we come back, we're going to have a banger of a game between Project Black X and Team Fraternity, as I said. See you there.
I must have went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits. I call right now if you with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room. $1 and I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. 'Cause being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. 'Cause darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you. For you. I'm looking for you. For you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Be a pilot. Be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat. Let's get it now.
In the world of champions, the journey is never easy. It's about pushing limits, overcoming obstacles, and finding strength with every heartbeat. Sometimes your goals seem impossible. But together, we shatter limits. Whatever your sport, whatever your goal, we go beyond your limits together.
Hello and welcome back to the Voltage League Season 4 Qualifier 3. I am joined, finally, by the One and only Mighty Region. Nice to see you, my friend. Exactly, it will. We have Team Fraternity, one of the teams that did awfully well in the previous qualifiers, versus Project Black Esports, a team that we saw yesterday, and they did show real prowess and real potential. And it'll be genuinely a phenomenal time to see how they square up against the German team. Indeed, it'll be a very fun thing to see one of the teams actually, get themselves hyper by it. Because I'm sure up to this point in the tournament, both teams were a little worried about the position they were going to end up in, and I think Team Fraternity are very aware that Project Black X is not really a slouch. There's potential there, and the same the other way around. So they're going to be looking to be on their A game this time around to try and get themselves as far as possible in the tournaments. Players to look out for on the Project Black side. Obviously, I'm a little more unfamiliar with Fraternity, but on the Project Black sides, players to look out for are Fluency and Yost. They are two very, very competent players and two players that showed up yesterday. We are going to be going over to the map bans. Let's have a quick look at those. What do you think of the map bans? Yeah. I mean, there is some iconic moments on this map in general, and one of those is that everyone seems to think of when it comes down to Cafe is that Shaiko play against Fnatic back in God knows when, like 2018, 2019. Either way, though, moving on from that, it's a very sort of methodical map in comparison to a lot of others, which is where you kind of end up struggling on Cafe, and the thing that usually like traps a lot of teams and makes a lot of teams sort of stagnate and stagger is those like utility plays like the Azami and Piano slash Bakery, depending on which site you're on, like the mirrors that watch from Cocktail over towards the piano room. Um, that sort of
Yeah.
thing, if not able to be dealt with properly, that's what's really going to affect you on a map like Cafe. It's going to end up getting really slow and really stale and really difficult as an attacker to actually be able to, find your footing and really start making an impact in this game.
And now finally we can hear myself. That's beautiful. Running with some tech issues on my side. That's my problem. So I'm a little bit unhappy with that. But if there are things that I may have mentioned or that Naj was continuing talking on that you might want to know in the after effect, just let me know. I have the chat box open right hand side, so I can still do those. But we're going into the map cafe. Big map. There's a lot of things to clear, many approaches possible, but the biggest thing here is just looking clear with drones, with intel, where you can enter the building, because there's a lot of windows, there's a lot of black corners that you can hide in, and those are lethal.
Well, yeah, indeed they are. There's some very like dark places. Like Valkyrie is very much like one of the most prominent operators on this map when it comes down to the big five, and we're seeing some very unique bans. I think Fraternity are going for, or not Fraternity, Project Black are going for that very default ban of like taking off the Ying. They're probably going to take off the Azami or Mirror. There it is. There's the Mirror. So the Azami's still going to stand. But I think Team Fraternity are aiming more for target bans, like make the enemy team uncomfortable. Which is very much which team was it that did that at EWC? I don't remember, but there's a team that does that in PL, which is like their entire strat, and it's very interesting to see because they do very well, even with the bans that they take. I'll have to take a quick look right now, but
Attackers need to
it's
locate
very
and
interesting
defuse
to see them
bombs.
go for these sorts of bans, these like more unique ones coming out. Also for Shrekalolo, it's Project Black X
Attackers
versus Team
discovered the
Fraternity.
location of a bomb.
Yeah. It is Team Fraternity against Project Black Axe. Project Black Axe are beginning in the defense, and so just look a little bit into those. We have ourselves a very unique lineup, I think, for Azami, Vamai, Echo, Aruni, and Valkyrie. Valkyrie, Echo, yeah, what should we say?
10
More
seconds to
drones
insertion.
or more cams on a big map like Cafe, very useful, especially
5
with
seconds
Echo's
left before
new
insertion.
beings with giving back the ACOG. Also, just
Attackers'
bringing a little bit
objective
more
is to
heat
defuse
now.
a
It's
bomb.
a good step for comp play for Echo, so I'm pretty much okay with
Attackers
them
dropped
picking
the
up Echo
diffuser.
because he's just increased a little
Attackers
bit
recovered
after
the
his
diffuser.
new ability restacks. But in the same matter, we also have ourselves Team Fraternity playing in Lion, Afinka, Buck, the B-Man as I usually call him, and the Dokkaebi. So there's no breach gadgets here, clearly. Yeah, you don't pretty much need them, but you're restraining yourself to just come from windows and doorways. And on a map like Cafe, it could work, but it's a little bit crucial after my opinion, because you just, yeah, you're limiting yourself way too much.
To answer my own question, it was Furia. Furia were the team that were known for banning other people's main picks without really considering what they actually wanted to go off the board. A lot of the time against BDS, they would ban things like Deimos and Valkyrie, and it would tend to hover against the same sort of popular operators for other teams. So this is potentially that sort of style of play where they just want to like make the enemy
Drop the
team
bomb
uncomfortable,
diffuser.
clear off a few of these operators. But Fluancy is already getting a double kill, and there goes Fluancy as he's on the outside. Leon gets himself out of the garage door, gets himself that kill. Now the attackers are going to be a little less isolated in this position.
A little less isolated, but still lost 2 men on the board. And now we got ourselves the advantage in the hands of Project Black Axe. They are on the most favored side here in defense. So just running down the numbers in that count is not the thing that you're looking for in the attack. As also Yelp picks up the next one. Leon gets himself a double, gets into the triple kill, but gets annihilated and shut down by Yax. Now it is a 1v2, and Yax also takes out his double kill to make this round PBXs. And so we got ourselves the first 1-0 lead for Project Black Axe. Did we maybe wait for it? Yes, of course. Why did we wait for it? It is Cafe. It is a very defense-sided map because it's so easy to withhold these rooms, especially when you're getting those opening frags. These opening frags in defense are the first step to a good build-up.
Especially if you maintain that level of aggression as well. Fluency managing to find 2 so early on is so good for his team. Because the only
Attackers
region,
need to locate and
I think as
defuse
far
as
as
many
I'm
bombs
aware,
as they
that
can.
has this map as like a truly defender-sided map, because it's one of those that's kind of like bounced back to
Bomb
being
located
slightly
by attackers.
attacker-sided in certain regions, and then like slightly defender-sided in others. But the one region where it is truly defender-sided is Brazil, and that is that aggressive sort of like balls to the wall play style to make people uncomfortable, push people out of positions, and try and get these early round picks and plays. That's where you'll start to thrive on a map like Cafe. So seeing that
seconds
from
to go.
him early on in the previous round is going to be very good if we see it
5
continue and
seconds remaining.
persist.
I've been told that PBX still is running up like a
Objective is to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, I would say the typical mindset of just trying to crawl beneath the skin of the opponents on every single map that is. And that is also like a little bit in the BS place of the Brazilian league, with people, as you just mentioned, teams are just playing a very pushy playstyle, being very early on close up on you. And the thing here is, Qualifier X has done that very good the past weeks, the past games, but they have not really been able to finish off. Team Fraternity did look quite interested in just saying, okay, we will push back on you. They just took those kills within. Yeah, they had Liam pushing a little bit back, but that was everything that we got from Team Fraternity, and that is not enough for Project Black Axe, because they're known for this aggressive playstyle, and you really need to meet them up high if you know that they are playing this aggressive playstyle.
Indeed, and as Zero's making his way in through Library, he's going to be trying to get that vertical pressure alongside Buck, Slurpee. Just dealing with some cams, making sure that the area is relatively safe, and then just making themselves their rotates earlier on rather than later, in order to make sure that they are able to get themselves around and maneuver better in this position. Valcam spotted out, and not really a lot of other utility from these defenders positioned about. It's not often you see a Dekebi favor this weapon. Normally it's the SMG-12.
It is, but if you can't control the recoil pattern on the SMG-12, that one is still a very good way to play it. As I also think, and means that the iron sight on that second secondary is quite good to play with if you are looking into it and playing a little bit. It's good to control. There's not a lot of recoil. The recoil pattern is very easy to learn and also understand, and so on. It is a deadly weapon, and if you put it in the hands of Leon, every single weapon in the hands of Leon is a crucial and very deadly weapon.
Some Alamal type player that just mains Dekebi and
Enemy contact.
runs around.
First floor.
But
Yeah.
when we're looking on the clock, we got ourselves 45 seconds left. The final build-up has not yet concluded, but Yux finds the person, Slurpee, and that one is definitely not the thing that Fraternity was looking for. They built it up, they got a lot of damage onto Leon, but now they're pushing downwards, and they're getting annihilated once again. Smarts picks up the next one, and Jobu finding his master of this round. Smarty finds another one into Fave, and now we got ourselves a 5-2, 5-1 as Yux picks up Leon, and it's only KZ left on the side. But that was not enough, as Smarts picks up him as well, picks up his triple kill, and we got ourselves 2-0 standing for PBX, as Fraternity is just still after mapping it, looking like they're not finding answers and conclusions on how to approach Team Black Axe.
Yeah, Project Black Axe are just pretty much just walking all over the place. They're giving themselves a lot of room. They didn't really lose players in that previous round, so it was like they just held their positions. They didn't feel the need to fall back or, you know, allow the pressure to get to them. So they just kind of remained in those positions, and it worked. I think when it comes down to the opposite side of Team Fraternity, we could definitely see some work being done towards that drone play earlier on in the round to make it a little more comfortable to actually try and make a move in towards the building. And then generally speaking, it's all about that gun skill. The only person who's really shown up right now, even in the slightest, is Leon. Every single other player on the team is going to be sitting at that donut scoreline.
Donut
Pretty
scoreline.
unfortunate.
It's unfortunate, but we're still very early on the map. There's still a lot of rounds to be
10
played.
seconds
There's
remaining.
a lot of ground to be taken or being played on. So not worrying
5
as of
seconds
the fact of the moment. But as we're always talking about, they
Attackers
need
are
to look
heading out to
into
defuse a bomb.
facing themselves and also just adapting a little bit, finding out, okay, these are the clue points where we maybe can hurt the Team Black X a little bit, and they need to adapt those early on, and as faster, the better it is, because every single round that you lose is hurting you on Cafe, because it's a very hard map, in my opinion, to just come back from. Yes, it is possible like every other map, but it's one of the more hardest.
Indeed it is, and it really can be one of those maps that's a bit more annoying to deal with when it comes down to being in a losing position. I mean, one of the operators that we're not really seeing, that I still favour as one of the best operators on this map, is that Nomad, and I've said it the other day, I'm really not a fan of the gridlock play outside the windows, because I feel like it doesn't really do enough for you. Up the hatch goes the Amaru plant already going down. In the corner of the fireplace site, no one knows. C4 goes out, but isn't able to find the kill. The diffuse is active. She's up and about. She's now trying to get herself into a position to, you know, not die, but that was way too late. Gridlock has to open the hatch and try and take the drop very, very urgently. It's a 1v4 anyway, and well, round over. GG. Or good round, I guess.
It was like it was a good idea, I would really say. The main flaw of this here would maybe be that Fraternity was not putting in passive pressure there. They put in a lot of active pressure here onto PBX, yes, to disturb them from, okay, put your attention points onto us, and so we just lead the attention away from our teammate is on side with Jobu, putting down the diffuser. It was a good strategy because it also worked. The only one close by was the Valkyrie putting in a C4, not getting anywhere close. But the main thing is here that after we saw the position of Fraternity, they were a little bit too aggressive, and all that way means that PBX was able to kill them out and just peek them out from the long angle positions and so on. You just got yourself the Amaro and the Gridlock left, and Gridlock has to drop because you need to get down to the diffuser. And it is an easy round for PBX because you're shooting up the hatch. You just need to stand there and wait for the drop to come because you know it will come. And so there's not much you can do there.
Yeah, I'm going to mostly agree with you. I just personally, as my own analyst and my own free thinker, I personally despise the Amaru up the hatch play. I really don't like it.
Attackers
9
need to
out of 10
locate and
plays,
defuse
it
as
wouldn't
many
work.
bombs as they can.
I think you need a bit more like attention. Like you need noise, you need more people alive, more of a distraction. You can't really go off of you can't really go in into an Amaru play like that when you're already down like 1-2 players.
Yeah.
It just doesn't really work. You haven't exactly got the cover to deal with it. And even if you do, and the players aren't exactly good enough on the defensive side to be able to come and like contest you, once you've got the plant down, what's next? If you don't have a plan for what's next, then you might as well just not do it.
And as well, also the position that you planted in was
10
not
seconds
really
to
where you
insertion.
could potentially hold it from multiple angles. You were
Yeah.
completely alone-sided
5
with the
seconds to
Amaro,
go.
and so if you would jump off the window, yes, you can also rappel up again, but
Attackers are moving
as
to
easy it
defuse the
is
bomb.
to just look up a hatch and pre-aim the hatch, it's also to pre-aim a rappel onto the windows. As
Yeah,
we
exactly.
just talked about, we agreed good on that. It was maybe a good idea, but it was very faulty build it up. Yes, they got the attention from the opponents, from the
Attackers
defender
dropped the
sides,
diffuser.
but the biggest factor
Attackers have
here was
recovered their
they're not
diffuser.
roaming out, they're not spreading out like you're used to when you're making noise and just say, okay, I will try to gather attention, come to me and try to kill me. No, PBX would just withstand their position, withholding their position, and just saying, okay, let's peek you guys 1 or 2 times and see how maybe we can frag someone. They frag multiple people from the big backstanders into the sides. And that doesn't really put up a big play to just say, okay, let's do a fast plan. Because the defenders are way too close on you.
Time for a wake-up call.
The Lion and Dekebi on the side of the attack right now. Dekebi call goes out. Lion scan hasn't yet, but he is going to be on that heaven window. Just seeing if he can spot out a man inside of Cocktail, but it might be this player below that does first. He jumps onto the bar, but isn't quite able to be seen by the buck that is going to be hovering around. There is a Valk down here as well. He may have heard the crouch, but I don't think he has. As he comes by, gets himself killed, and that's going to be Buck falling very, very early. And that could leave the attacking side in a bit of a bad position here. Kebby on the white stairs, approaching.
I'll just ask you, are you looking into the same game that I am? Because there's one thing triggering me a lot. As Leon picks up his next skill, he got himself his 4th kill, making it equal to 4 and 4. But there's still one thing that is, yeah, I would say just maybe interrupting me from doing
What
my
did I
game.
miss?
I'm not really familiar, man. If Fraternity know how to drone out and gather intel from outside, because yeah, you see Fave is in a camp in cocktail. You also see that they're droning in the prep phase, but there's not much droning going on afterwards. They're hanging on the windows, and they're going in, they're playing in, and now they're finally finding ground and they're kicking ass inside there. But still, there's a lot of things they're not doing as they should, and droning is one of the biggest factors here that may cause them rounds, that may also the way the bot just dies just tells me instantly you did not know for a fact if you were alone or not. Leon picks up a double kill. Jax finds his way into Leon, and there's still a lot of time. He got nearly 15 seconds left, but both players are outside, and that will be a hard one.
Defenders have eyes on the diffuser. Attackers need to protect it.
Is there someone taking a peek onto the window? And the B-man will take a KC, picks up Jax, and this is the first round for Team Fraternity as they pick up their first round win. But still, there's a lot of things that they need to pick up, as drone work and gathering intel is one of the biggest key factors here that they need to adapt on.
I mean, one solution to that is bringing more utility for information. So at the moment, as we can see, they're kind of relying a bit too much on the Dekebi, on the Lion. But one I was going to suggest was Zero. Another one that I was going to suggest is Monty. They're both in this lineup. Zero, very good. He's got the 4 Argus cams. For anyone that's unaware, they can be shot onto hard walls and soft walls, mainly ones that are reinforced, no like actual hard walls. You can shoot them onto reinforcements and soft walls, and they can burrow through to see the other side. So they are technically like a two-way cam. Alongside that, he's got 4 of those, and he can shoot them in anywhere that he can see, barring that the gap is big enough for it to actually get through. And then on the other side, we've got the Monty, which the Zero has been switched off of onto Capital instead. The Monty is another one of those operators that nowadays, even though yes, they are very overpowered because of shield change, is used as a very like aggressive sort of drone. He's not really used for fighting while this player's alive and around and with him. So instead, he is used as an informational tool in order to be able to guide and direct his team into the building. So it's nice to see him be brought onto this lineup just so they can have that extra bit of informational utility. And they are, I think, just kind of hiding him right now. Oh, never mind.
They're hiding him a little bit in the early phase, but now he's pushing on. And that's the thing that we talked about earlier. He needs to find pressure on the PBX. Fraternity is finally putting on pressure, found himself the first round. Once again, Fluency picks up the first and opening frag onto Slurpee, and that was the big pick onto the Ash. Utility is getting dropped. Nickelwood is the first one to be dealt with in the hands of Prototype X. So we got ourselves an equalizer kill for the 4-on-4 man count standing. We just need to see if Monty can put on a little bit more pressure. He needs to push on to just maybe mark those defenders out of their positions so that teammates of him can maybe put on pressure from other angles. Maybe just lurking them out. Possibilities done. As Fave and KZ picks up both smarts and Fluency, and that is what we're looking for. Just mark out these opponents onto side with the Monty, bringing a little bit of pressure, and that way Fraternity has multiple angles to just cross in and maybe get those kills done. As we are having Monty on the side, putting down the diffuser. Will it get through or not? As Jackson finds KZ,
activating diffuser.
He will get flashed.
Have located the diffuser.
Diffuser's planted. Jules picks up Fave. Jax picks up Leon, and it's only Jubal left. Jubal against Monty. Monty makes it a 1-on-1. And now we have a hard situation here as Jax is alone. He's not putting on a lot of pressure, but it's 15 HP against 20. There will be a fight for the ages. Who is faster? Who is better? It's just trying to come within.
It's
There
over.
will not be a lot of time.
It's over.
The diffuser will diffuse these bombs, and so we got ourselves Fraternity with a 3-2 standing, nearly coming back, beginning their comeback streak, getting 2 rounds in a streak, looking forward for the 3rd one into round number 6. It could be an equal role swap here, and that will be a tremendous disaster for Project Black Axe that began so good and then fell off so hard.
Yeah, definitely the case at the moment. Bringing along the Monty again, it worked very well. It was a very good idea to bring the Monty in the first place. Obviously, you brought the Zero earlier on in the game.
Defenders, protect your
and
bombs
it didn't
from
really
being
go
defused by
too much
attackers.
in our favor. So bringing along the Capital instead of the Zero, and then bringing the Monty as your informational operator is pretty good. The only major thing that we're really noticing right now is
Attackers
the
have
pushes
located a
from
bomb.
Team Fraternity are extremely linear. There's like that entire push stemmed 5 men from Bakery. And it's been pretty similar to that on the attack for Fraternity for pretty much all of these rounds. So we need to see a bit more of dynamic,
10 seconds to
a
insertion.
bit more dynamic pushes from them. Like have some more people around
5
different
seconds to
areas
go.
of the map rather than all of you taking cocktail with someone going white. Like you need someone to go
Attackers
like
are
over
moving
onto
to
the
defuse the bomb.
hatches, play the red side, play the piano side. Even if it's just as a bait or a distraction, you can usually tend to filter and crossfire picks that way.
Yeah. But round 6, Fraternity is picking up. Yeah, they're not playing it perfectly. Project Black Axe is now currently struggling. Maybe because of Fraternity finding solutions for the defending withholds from Project Black Axe, but yeah, they won 2 rounds now in a row, but I'm not convinced yet because Project Black Axe is still putting on a lot of pressure, just being a little bit unlucky now in a few of these gunfights. And also, what can you do? Monty 1-on-1, if he's coming close, you know for a fact, if you don't knife him first and then get him into the drop, you're dead. Monty's just a pure weapon. He's a living drone and he's a pure weapon if he's coming close to you with that shield.
Yeah, definitely the
Attackers
case.
dropped the
A
bomb
Monty,
diffuser.
a good
Attackers
Monty is
recovered the diffuser.
borderline unkillable nowadays. If they're actually able to sort of understand the way to play. But this time we see the Dekebi on someone else. Leon has been given an opportunity here to use that commando, but looks like it's going to be a bit more of a scrappy fight than we may have expected. Jobu finds 1 in order to get a bit of a return, get close to that equalization of 3-4. Fluency, or Jukas, sorry, finds Leon,
Activating override.
and now it's a 2 versus 4 situation. For these players and a bit scary for this team. They don't want to come out of this with a 4-2 split. They want that 2-3. And Project Black are hunting for that 4-2. Fighting tooth and nail, getting very close.
But if you just look a little bit more into the positionings that Project Black Axe is putting themselves in and just playing, they're being a little bit more passive now.
Oh yeah, this is like a bunker play.
Yeah, they early on tried in round number 4 and 5 to play very aggressively. They are losing the first 2 of their team, and immediately they're shutting themselves down into a little bit more passive aggressive. Yeah, they're aggressive still pre-aiming and also pre-peeking some angles, but still very defensive position holdings. But now they're a little bit back. They're saying, okay, we got our kills, and now we're completely in a death position, as you just said earlier. Like
Oh,
a bunk
no.
position. But Jobo finds the first from above, but he will not have enough time to find more from above. As does Slurpee also helps him. We got ourselves an equalizer from a 4-2 to a 2-on-2 situation. Project Black Axe just need to focus. They are not leaving
5
this
seconds
round
left.
for good.
Oh, the sprint! Why are you sprinting?
Jubu finds a triple to Fonzie and slowly putting down the defuse as Jubu finds a
What a
kill
clutch!
to annihilate into the 3-on-3 fraternity. And that was a total troll here by the team Black Axe. Why are you sprinting? You know for a fact that there's one in the corner. You know for a fact that there's one in the hallway onto pillars. And why are you sprinting? You had enough time to just pre-aim the doorway if he's coming back, as he's always doing. He's always coming back. And you will have nothing to pre-aim him, maybe get him down, and also kill the buck in the corner with the diffuser down in hand. But that one, I was a flaw that cost them the round for sure.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
was-
attackers.
Something, definitely. I'm pretty bewildered by that, but either way, moving on to this round, we finally, for the first time of this game, see the Nomad
Attackers
in
have located
play.
a bomb.
As I've said, Nomad and Zero on maps like this, very similar to this being like Bank and stuff like that, Nomad and Zero are always two of the go-to best operators, in my opinion, for those maps. And we're finally seeing the Nomad be
10
played.
seconds
Nomad
left.
particularly favoured on this map because of the entire playstyle that is used.
5 seconds to go.
You can kind of cut off the entire side of jump outs if you
Attackers are
put
moving
your
to
edge
defuse
ups
a
in the
bomb.
right places. So it's one of those operators that's pretty necessary if you're going to be playing those window repels. They've also got the Flores for that utility denial, the utility destruction, alongside the buff for the soft destruction, in order to make sure that these mini bars and stuff alongside the Flores can be completely blown open into smithereens. The Hibana primarily going to be trying to get the red wall into the ammo, alongside the IQ, just to spot out any electrification items and stuff that's going to be used. But on the opposite side, we see two of the big five, which is your Fenrir and your Azami. Azami's still overpowered to this day.
She is, and she will always be, as long as her gadgets are not being reduced in health points. Yes, they are not bulletproof anymore. You can destroy them with bullets, but if you just look into it, you need like 7 or 8 bullets with a 50 caliber to just kill one Kiba. That's still a little bit too strong.
It's like even Kali, I think 2 shots them now or 3 shots them, and it's like it's annoying because it takes so long to shoot the Kali sniper rifle.
As Jux finds a first onto Leon. Leon was the big impactor here for Fraternity in the first early rounds. He was the only one just picking up these kills, but now he's just completely being left alone and he's not finding a solution anymore. But luckily, Jobo has picked up a little bit.
Yeah, he's
Now
been
on
dusted
9
by
on 3,
Jobo.
5 is taking on Jux, so we got ourselves Equalizer.
Indeed. We have a man in freezer, jeez. They're just above the site. They've just taken the vertical control, like by force.
Yeah, they just took vertical control without really much any restraining them. There was no word from Fraternity just saying, okay, you're not taking these high grounds from us. You're not taking the above elevation that easy. But after what I saw, we just had our dearest friend, Fenrir, just trying to protect the above floor. Casey was not close, Slurpee was not close, and also Jobo were not close. Maybe Leon was also up there, but he was quite early on dealt with, and that automatically means, okay, there's only one more guy upstairs. We need to try and help him out, because if you lose those high grounds that early on, it will hurt you. But PBX are not really looking like they can adapt from it, as Casey and also Slurpee are finding 2 kills. Casey finds a double kill, and PBX is just falling apart. Where's the PBX that we saw a few rounds ago? Where are those guys? Juba is closing up that round, and now Fraternity is leading by 4 in 3 here. Both teams are playing, I would say, okay Siege, because I'm quite disturbed on the way we're just seeing teams play out, and also the approach that we are seeing. The defensive withstands that we're seeing, because it doesn't match up, after my opinion. They're like key parts missing, and you're losing key positions early on in both hands. PBX in their last 3 defense holds, and also Fraternity losing their key positions in the first defense hold so early on. But the opponent team in the attacking side are not able to adapt from and just say, okay, let's play this cool. Let's play this easy down. Because you know for a fact, if you're taking top 4 control on that side, it is immediately win if you take it in the first 1.5 minutes. Because you have way enough time to destroy the floor. Just prepare yourself for the last build-up and the last attack onto side. And the way just Project Black X are not able to conclude from that position, it's disturbing me. I don't know what's happening here at the moment.
I like the storyline set up from Skyline Gaming community in the chat. OT or will one slip away? Very
Attackers need to
true. That's
locate
what
and
we're waiting
defuse
for
as many
right now,
bombs
and
as
it
they
looks like
can.
Fraternity have found their footing at least a little bit as well. Jobu has got himself up to that 10-3 stat line, ready for everything that's being thrown at him so far. Jukas has been very, very good. Bielsk has also been very, very good, but this has been a relatively quiet game for Fluancy. I want to see maybe him step up a little more, make this game a little more even, because at the moment it's looking like the side of
located by
Fraternity
attackers.
could genuinely just take this game by storm. On the back of that one
10
player.
seconds to insertion.
Taking about one player would be a
Taking it
tremendous
by storm.
catastrophe for the hands of Black Axe, as we just see
Defuse a bomb.
them just completely trembling apart. They had such a good beginning here in the early rounds, and they're not finding any grounds anymore. I don't know why, because we know for a fact it is a good team. Yes, we know for a fact both teams are currently in a struggling phase. Maybe because it's midsummer, it's the end of summer, everyone is going out, they're not playing the much amount that they should have. But it doesn't even inform me why this game is going the way it is. Because there's so many lacks that I'm seeing. I don't really want to trash talk teams. I'm sorry if it might listen that way, but there's so many things that I am seeing that I think are missing in the build-ups. Yes, now we see finally more drone work in the early seconds in this round, but still, yeah, we're droning in, we're gathering intel, but there's firepower, not coming any movement onto the building, onto site. No pressure points being set, as we have lost the first minute.
Indeed, and well, Flores once again being brought for this top floor site alongside that Nomad that I spoke about beforehand. Only real difference in the lineup for this top floor site on the side of PBX is going to be that Ash in place of the Buck. Everyone else seems to be sticking to their operators and the exact role they were playing before. On the opposite side though, however, we do see the Fenrir being swapped out for that big gunman, Maestro. I don't know why I forgot his name for a second. And the Azami is just going to be being really annoying inside of, like, look at this, man. Look how many bullets Ash has used. Like, I don't know, we can't exactly see her ammo count, but she has used, like, probably a good 3 mags of the 5 that she brings. It's just not fun. Azami has literally just wasted, like, all of Ash's time and ammo on just Kiba barricades. And now, even though we've got players ready to start taking advantage of the on-site positioning, like Fluancy finding one pick, he just gets immediately traded off because there's not really anything else or more he can do or find in this position. Flores just hanging around the skylight right now, seeing if he can spot out any single player, and the Ash has already made her way through and in to Cigar.
Already is a good call. We only have 30 seconds left. And I think there's one thing that we both can conclude on being on the same side here, is the approach of Project Black X is just horrible. And what is happening? Jobo, the man on the hands, on the rocks here for Team Fraternity, is getting killed by Flores, dropping him in an 11-4. Slurpee finds some pressure onto Yux.
5 seconds left.
Casey finds pressure onto Smart. The way that Yux just survived that plant is not possible, as Nick Wood is the only one left against 2. He does not know for a fact what Casey is. Now he knew for a fact. Fave is on the defuse.
Counter defuse.
The defuse done because he needed to concentrate on the Casey.
Disabled the diffuser. Defenders win.
Friendly puts out a lot of pushes here, a lot of pressure. Once again, granting themselves another round win. We got themselves in the lead with 5-3. Project Black X looked a little bit revived. They looked a little bit more, okay, let's straighten up. Let's come up. Let's focus again. Let's push ourselves. They had a game plan. They had a strategy. They was blocked up immediately. They still had 4 guys on the rooftop. 30 seconds left of the round.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
it just
bombs.
couldn't be a good build-up. And the build-up just concluded with, okay, we're dropping it aside. We're getting one on the side to put down the diffuser. We will have one just pushing through him and past him to just lock out these flanks coming in. What happens? The C4 from below. The way the C4 came from below, the position of the C4 was perfect, and I do not know for a fact why that wasn't a double kill. The C4 was so close. If I would have gotten that C4, and I could be standing a mile away and I will be dead.
10 seconds to go.
Definitely. I
5 seconds
probably
to go.
would be in a very similar boat as, you know, that's just our luck.
Attackers' objective
But
is to locate a bomb and defuse
either
it.
way, moving on to this round, we see an alibi. An alibi is an operator that we haven't really seen very often since the 1.5x days, because realistically, she's not very good. She's a very selfish operator. She doesn't really help a lot. She's a good player. Will make sure they sort of know exactly what's going on, and they know sort of like where the prisoners are. So like a team with decent drone work will be able to spot that out and not have
The attacker's
any
bomb
sort of
diffuser has been
problem.
dropped.
The Monty somehow falls super early to the Capcan playing aggressively in prep. No one there to cover. That's terrible from them. Oh, it wasn't Capcan. It was the Azami by the look of things that got that kill. And now with the Capital Fire getting in her way, she's going to be a little scared to actually be able to hold that position he was on before. Takes a bit more damage from the nade and takes 2 swings! Oh my god!
Okay, Naj, just hold in for a second. I think we're never saying anything against Leon again. Leon, we're sorry. You're good. You don't need to put the pressure on like that because holy damn, that was hot. What a quad kill, and how fast did that round conclude? It was, I think we were 1 minute into the round, not even. We were 51 seconds into the round as it concluded by Leon just popping in with a quad kill out of absolutely nowhere. I just wanted to say PBX in my side of
Defenders,
vision
protect your bombs from
lost
being
that
defused by
round
attackers.
as the Monty fell in the early 10-15 seconds. But the way the round concluded, holy damn.
Yeah. That, as I was just saying a second ago, sorry, that has to have been like one of the fastest games I've ever seen personally. I don't think I've seen one quite that fast in any of my games that I've been casting. But that was something, that was a sight to see. Definitely one to behold. As well, Team Fraternity made Project Black behold these nuts.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, but I really don't know what to say. But if you are playing Make It a Meme in the early time,
Defuse a bomb.
just make sure that when you get yourself a meme with that escalated real quick, you put in this clip because oh my god. As of I just said, this escalated real quick. We had ourselves Project Black Axe winning 3 rounds. From round 1 to round 3, and Fraternity picking up 6 rounds in a row now as they found adaptations, they found solutions, they found conclusions on the way Project Black X is playing, both in the defense and also the way they're putting pressure on in the attack. Fraternity are looking good. There's still many lags. I will continue saying that because I'm seeing so many lags here on both goals and also defense withholds in both teams. And I'm not convinced why the standings are so one-telling on one side as they are on the moment. Yux finding Leon, and now Project Black X finally putting pressure on again, finding those bullets onto the opponents. As also Juba only got himself 5 HP left. Casey also went down onto 67 health. Nearly having Project Black X on full health, only Yux onto 84. It is a good round looking in the hands of Project Black X, but we have seen it before.
Bomb located by
They're
attackers.
able to just give away free kills with them just having not enough intel or not having the right builds or not being good enough in team communications to be able to play together. So I'm not convinced this is a round for Project Black X as of the moment so far.
Need a bit of aggression on the vertical angles to try and find the Valkyrie. Obviously, the players in the game are aware of the HP of each of these people. They can only know that they've shot them a bunch. The Valkyrie manages to find one Jobu on the launches. And now, we see a bit of contention just on our screen from the Legion on towards the Buck. The Kebi seems to be trying to take an engagement against him, but he is going to get himself in a position where he can just get away through this rotate. A little scared of the red flank, just to, you know, make sure he doesn't get himself caught there. And though 5 and 7 HP can be pretty daunting in a one-shot headshot game anyway, you're not exactly entirely on the back foot straight away.
I'm not saying anything against Juba with his 5 HP because he has already done 2 kills with 5 HP. Like, he doesn't care. Like you said earlier, nuts. Just nuts.
Yeah, hold him.
And
that's what he's making him do.
He's just saying, okay, I got nuts. I can show you them. I will give you them and hold them. Just hold them for me. As he's flanking in the next one onto Juxie with 4 HP, and he's getting that kill. As Slurpee picks up the last one, we got ourselves a round win, a match win for Team Fraternity once again, as they're standing with the backs against the wall, completely outnumbered and outcounted, and also out HP'd by the opponents. But PBX are not finding solutions. They're not finding grounds to conclude on their good startup seconds here.
There's 3v5 too.
They're just picking up these opening kills. They're having the possibilities to just look into and say, okay, we get the upper hand here, but every single time, 7 rounds in a row with 3 or 4 of them being first in the hands of Project Black X, they're getting thrown away because they're not finding the way to just play it down chill, play it down smooth, as they're known for recently. And that way, Fraternity just leaves it on with an open mouth and just saying, yeah, we told you, it won't be easy, and we didn't make it easy for you.
I mean, yeah, it's a really well played game from the side of Fraternity. Like, especially going down 3-0 in the very beginning. They went down 3-0 in the very beginning and won 7-3. That was 7-0 all the way through.
Yeah.
That is crazy. They went from losing 3 in a row to winning 7 in a row, which is pretty unheard of when it comes to comebacks. But still, very, very smart from them. Very well played. They really showed off their ability, their prowess, and genuinely just made a name for themselves. Brought themselves into this game with a vengeance, put themselves in a position to prove to everybody else that they're about to come up against that they are a problem, and they're here to disrupt everything that they stand for.
Absolutely. I just can say I'm completely honest, and I'm saying there's a lot of work. Yes, Fraternity won fair and square, had a very good comeback on a map like Calfeda. We are not seeing that often with a 7-0, but still, and both fans, Fraternity and also PBX, have a lot of work to do in terms of team communication, into droning, in prep intel work, and also concluding in. That's personalized for PBX. You need to find the more rhythmic ways to build up these last approaches, because they were horrible. Please don't make it harsh on me, but there's a lot of work to do and put into in your desk. So find yourselves your coach, find yourselves your analyst, go back to the drawing boards, and prepare yourselves for the next play days, because they will come and they will see if you have learned by your mistakes.
I am aware of a certain analyst that is LFT right now. Be sure to call my line. I'll be there to roast you for a good 20 minutes at a time. Sorry. Yeah, that's pretty much all from that game. So there is not really much else to say. I want to try and get a word from production to try and find out what our next game is actually going to be before I cut us off to a break. But just to talk about the course of the qualifiers so far. If my page will refresh. Rank 2.0 champions are currently playing against Team Aku Aku, so the team we saw last round versus Team Aku Aku. We also have Nordenko versus Infi Sports going on right now, alongside Besiktas versus Inferior. So another really strong match with really strong teams. Diwali have already won theirs and are going to be moving on to face Team Fraternity in the next round. Project XY are waiting for their opponent, and LHV are waiting for theirs after beating LFO.
But so I can just say I'm pretty much hyped for the next matchup because Project XY is a team that I already have casted in Zeus, the Meisterschaft, before. I know those guys. There are a lot of streamer friends in that team. They've had some struggles in the Meisterschaft, but they're adapting and playing a lot of scrims, doing a lot of work themselves onto looking into the scrims, trying to analyze them, finding out what is going wrong, what is going good, adapting and just putting on their own playstyle, building on their own strats and ways to approach that I haven't seen before. So there's a lot of interesting ways of approaches that they're playing. There's a lot of interesting ways that they're adapting on the plays of the opponents, and also the aggressiveness from one or two of these players are just tremendously fun to just witness because they're not leaving background. As we just saw Yubu just picking in, putting a lot of pressure with 5 HP, there are players potential here to do the same thing. So I'm pretty much hyped for this match. I've already seen one or two of the guys in the chat of Team XY, and they're just happy with the cast. So I'm just looking into it, how this will go. But as we mentioned, there's still to be decided who the opponents are. But I don't think we will find out that before we go into the pause. So we will tell you right afterwards.
Before we jump away, just to remind you, Project XY coming up next versus Team Aku Aku or ranked 2.0 champions, depending on whoever wins that match. We will see you when we see you with that game. Don't go anywhere. Make sure to get yourself refreshed, refill your drink, grab a snack, go to the toilet, do whatever necessary to get yourself ready for the next one.
the world of champions, the journey is never easy. It's about pushing limits, overcoming obstacles, and finding strength with every heartbeat. Sometimes your goals seem impossible. But together, we shatter limits. Whatever your sport, whatever your goal, we go beyond your limits together.
Hello and welcome back to Voltage League Season 4 Qualifiers number 3. We are back and we are ready for the match at hand. We've got the Rank 2.0 champs versus Project XY, and you know a little bit about Project XY, and I've had a couple casts so far with the opposing side. So if you want to start us off with the Project XY side, give us a little rundown.
Okay, it is a fluent German-speaking team. That's the first thing. So I know those guys pretty well because they're in my community. And as if I'm talking about community, we got ourselves some casters in that roster. Gabe and Trinity are definitely two streamers that themselves are putting a lot of pressure, showing their game style, their playstyle onto Twitch. Alongside will also comment. He is not competing today, so far I can tell you. But Team XY is a very promising team, very young team, very interesting, putting a lot of pressure, putting a lot of work into their own playstyle, putting on own strats, playing a lot of scrims, finding and analyzing those scrims, just pity-patting a little bit on their own strats, just perfect them into their own playstyle because they have a very specific playstyle. I've already casted them twice in the Meisterschaft by Zua. They had some struggles here and there, but there's still a lot of things they needed to focus on. They've had a few weeks now. They're out of that competition for many weeks. They're playing scrims. They're playing ranked together. They're playing faces together as a unit, as a team. So I'm pretty much hyped to see what they can bring. As also, Chalet is one of the maps that I have casted them on, and that was a map where they put in a lot of pressure. They had good quality positionings. They put themselves on very highly early meeting up standards, and that way, it should be an interesting match that ranked champs 2.0 need to look into, and they need to focus up because XY is not an easy pick.
Well, that goes the same both ways as Team Envy, a team that we've seen have a lot of potential. Rank 2.0 champs, obviously hailing a lot of their players, if not all of them, bar two, from the ex Envy lineup or even current Envy lineup. No one knows. I'm pretty sure it's X though. But But yeah, they've had a lot of power plays here and there throughout the remainder of this game. Balux he had a phenomenal game on Nighthaven earlier on. Nono was also getting numbers on the board, but it'd be nice to see how they perform in this match as we head straight in to Chalet, another one of those utility maps that is very heavily focused on those linear sort of full clears. And that usually means that we're going to be seeing this Monty go out first. I do highly expect Monty on the attacking side alongside Dekebi, and then I would probably, Dekebi slashing, I think. And then on the defense, it'll be something along the lines of the Azami and the Fenrir or Mirror, because they're like big operators for that sort of hold.
Yeah, I'm completely agreeing with you. You have very standard bans on Chalet. As we're putting out Grim, Project XY is known for putting on some bans. They're more game specific and saying, okay, in our plays and our strategies, these operators are completely disrupting or plays or game flow in these plays out, and so they're banning operators like that. So I'm convinced that we will get a Cade once for all, because they know for a fact, they tell about themselves that the Bandit is easy to play against, even though he's playing active. Kite, not so much, because he can throw his gadgets everywhere that he wants. A little bit more harder to get rid of the utility, meanwhile he's playing active. If ranked 2.0 champs are playing normal, they will ban a normal operator at Utol. If they wanted to, they're not doing so. If they wanted to do it against Project XY, I would maybe look into a bit like of a Tachanka or like in Vamai, because these are the operators that are putting a lot of pressure in the hands of Project XY in the past games, in the past weeks that I have seen. But also Monty is halfly a standard ban and also a ban against Project XY. I'm always saying Black X, I don't know why. I'm sorry for that. But that may continue itself, that we both have Gabe, as he is playing Blitz now, and also Trinid often in the recent scrims and also in the matchup, always playing shield operators in their build-ups.
I really want to just like point out the fact that like the defensive side genuinely really worries me. Castle, a very prominent operator on the on Chalet, one that we do see a lot, and that is very similar for a lot of the members of the Big Five. And you know what? 3 members of the Big Five, like operators that are really prevalent on Chalet, that is Mirror, Azami, and Valk. All 3 of which are available. And which could be a detriment to the attacking side, like a bad detriment.
5 seconds left.
It could. But also said that Project XY is very good and just clearing out utility from the defenders. They're very like checking out the corners, edges. They're often, as we also see here with Dietrich's always bringing players or operators like an IQ to just clear out those utilities. As you just see, he rappels up, he just finds utility, okay, do we have missed some operators with gadgets that we haven't drawn out yet? Where are the gadgets placed? And they're putting on a lot of pressure. Just seeing Blitz just running up onto that door, trying to punch it open, doesn't hit quite. Now he hits the door. And just look at the quite pressurizing moment here.
There's no rotate.
Am I not seeing a rotation between the bomb sites there?
There's no rotate.
There's no rotate. They have a rotation into closet, but
you've got 4 pocket shotties and there's no rotate.
What is going on here? Rank 2.0 champs trolling or what? And there's a kite from below. He's getting called out. Just seeing the pure patience. This Gabe is nearly getting rid of, only having 17 HP left there. And this isn't the way it was looking so far. Ivan, concluding in, going into trench. Blanda getting dealt with by Bene and Envy. Ivan picking up PRFD. Now we get ourselves an equalized standing as Gabe is pushing onto side. But he is getting dealt with by X1IUR. And as we got ourselves another put up ahead by rank 2.0.
Managed to get themselves into a man advantage, and they're going to want to try and maintain that as the game goes on. The man in kitchen is being pinged out, but covered from above on those stairs is going to be the mirror that falls to Trinity on the window. This player still in kitchen is going to be a big problem for these attackers if not dealt with. And the player on the stairs is also going to be there to try and remain to assist, but falls off in the end as the player gets downed inside a kitchen and knows that it's pretty much a lost cause. 2 players remain on either side as there's a bit of verticality being played by these attackers. The Nomad really should be the one to make the move and not the Ash here, considering the health pools of both of the operators. Trying to look at the vertical angles, gets caught out by an air jab while both players on the attacking side hit some drones. And with there only being 30 seconds remaining, there could be a bit of a tough fight here for these attackers in this position. There's no way through, no way onto the canine balcony or off the canine balcony into the mezzanine area. So now they've just got to play their gunfights separately from one another. One on bathroom door. The castle's been found already, and it's just going to be this Jaeger in this position. Gives away his position by tap firing. There's going to be a plant attempted. On the double door is the Ash. Is he going to be able to find it through the head holes? He's spotting over in that direction, but he's not able to find the kill. Deals a bit of damage to the Nomad, but it's nowhere near enough. The 2 players remaining on the attacking side back out of that door. It's going to be all up to the Jaeger to really just pressure to find any sort of opening here. It looks like he wants to go for the swing on the little opening on the wall. Doesn't find it, doesn't see Trinity soon enough. And that is going to be a round in favor of Project XY.
And that is straight off the board the things that we're talking on or talked about earlier. Yes, it was a hard way to adapt on and say, okay, we got 20 seconds left on the clock. We need to get onto that side. We need to put on the last pressure points. But once again, we are having the thing that I usually say and also usually see very often by Project XY. They know for a fact if there's someone lurking and just pre-aiming us, they know for a fact where he's standing before they have even looked onto sight. And that pretty much means, for my sake, that somehow they're either they're having good intel or they're having quite good luck with just good game knowledge, just of knowing, okay, where they should stand or will stand probably. And that one, just making sure getting the castle out of the game, leaving the Jaeger alone. Jaeger also being vulnerable in a position that they knew for a fact where he was standing, because else Ivan would not have been standing the way he did in front of double door piano, just pre-aiming, just saying, okay, he needs to cross me to just play on continuous onto his teammate. And also the angle where they planted onto A side also says once again, you may hit me, but you will not get enough bullets through me, so you can kill me without me getting the diffuser down. So it was good adaptation in the late seconds here at Project XY. We also say 20 seconds in hand, diffuser in hand, what are you doing? Project XY did something, and it worked pretty much well out, for my sake.
Attackers dropped the diffuser. Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
But yeah, just looking into this round, we are having ourselves Project XY in the lead of 1-0. So far, we are having the same bomb set played once again. The lineup is completely the same, I would say, more or less. I did not quite look into which operators play. Maybe there is one adaptation, but I don't think so. Yeah, we got one adaptation. We got a Frost instead of a Kite, as Nono finds Gabe, Cranks finds Ivan, and those are 2 picks very early on. That will hurt Project XY. But still, you not write them off the board, because they had one round earlier, one round prior, where they came back about Ben and picking up Dritnix as well, putting themselves up on a 5-2. And there's a lack now, that's for sure, on the hands of Project XY. They're not having the intel right on the standards, on the way that they are needing them. So they're just getting killed out and dealt with very early on, very easily as well, as we have played 1 minute and 10 seconds of the clock. And we only got 3 deaths on the hands of Project XY, as Blunted now picks up the first on the ranked 2.0. Neil leaving in with the phone calls. Maybe Trinid drones out from above. There's no team play seeing here. They're putting on a lot of pressure from the solo placement of these players, solo abilities of the players. Maybe also possible now to lurk out the Frost onto blue stairs. Does he know for a fact? I don't think so. He is firstly charging off snowmobile stairs, and now he's regaining up position going upstairs. We need to find out where he's coming from, as Blonda is turning his back into PRFD as he's getting dealt with. So it's on the Trinity, and also PRFD picks up Trinity in a double kill, and that way we got ourselves a 1-on-1 standing in round number 2.
What a round.
One
been
round, yes, indeed.
very good for the side of Project X until it wasn't, and now we're just looking at a situation where it's gone equal again, and it's a matter of whether one of these teams is really able to run away with this, and realistically, it should be the defensive side. And I think more than likely, once we see the changeover, we will see Project XY run a couple of those operators that I alluded to a bit before, maybe
Defenders,
the
protect
Valk,
your
maybe the
bombs from being
Azami,
defused by attackers.
alongside this mirror that seems to be just criminally overpicked at the moment.
Yeah.
There's a lot of operators that could be utilized that aren't being on this defense right now. They seem to be going for a very static, almost samey lineup that they've gone for every round. Even putting the mirror on the opposite
Attackers
side
have
to
discovered the
the
location of a
G2
bomb.
mirror that is default on this site. Which I'm a bit unsure about. I don't
10
quite
seconds
understand
left before
personally.
insertion.
Having it inside the closet rather than facing into the
5
closet
seconds.
just seems a little weird. But then again, I'm not a player. I'm not in the game. I haven't made the plans.
As I told you backstage, I would say, Project X brings some new strategies, some new placements into the game that we're not seeing that often. I haven't seen at all, and I don't think I've said too much, and also I don't think I've surprised you enough yet, because there will come some more, that's for sure. And there will be a lot of things that you don't understand or just don't figure out yet. As Envy also are known for just building up other ways that no one has ever played before or just intended to before, just to trying to lurk out this surprising moment. So both teams here known for putting on strategies and also playstyles that aren't played often or shown that often. So I'm just quite happy and just interested to see how this will go. As PRFD picks up Dritnix once again. Cranks is getting dealt with by Ivan. Ivan is also picking out a PRFD for the reconnected and also the trade kill. As Nono finds Blunted as he's standing point blank outside that window through the panels there, dealt with, as we got ourselves an equalizer again on 3-on-3 here, as only Trinidad, Gabe, and Ivan are left on the board.
Indeed. Again, this mirror window really trips me out. I don't understand it. But the double mirror in the closet as well with the Jaeger blocked in seems sketchy. The mirror on the opposite side though does manage to find a kill onto the Ash that tries to contest, and the Jaeger's being tracked by Deimos, so it's a little bit of an uncertain situation for him, especially considering that Deimos is on the balcony waiting for the opportunity to strike as Thermite is trying to make his way through for Project X and Y, kind of isolated now in these positions, as the man over towards Mezzanine is now just trying to join up with his Thermite a little bit, but it looks like they both want to just try and head downstairs.
Now we are seeing the change of perspectives here. We are seeing a repositioning happening in the Project XY's hands. Now they need to do it fast, because there will potentially come one or two from above, just yoinking out a little bit, coming a little bit closer, trying to disrupt you from above, as Bina has dropped down on the side, putting on pressure. We are seeing the back flying cams being set onto blue stairs, and also maybe something on the main stairs, as Trent is trying to peek in a little bit with Deimos. Doesn't really find anything onto X1, as Gabe now knew for a fact he's hearing sound from above. He's tried to contest, but he is not committing enough, as Jaeger now with Nono completely above them. He will drop down and he will get the first one. He will maybe get the second one, but he's getting down by Trinidad, as Trinidad now is getting contested, and X1 is the one to put on Trinidad out of his misery, as we are getting ourselves rank 2.0 in the lead here after round number 3 with a standing at 2-1.
In fact, that is the case. Rank 2.0 taking the lead early on as well. Finally getting the numbers on the board on the defense after struggling a little bit in round number 1. We are seeing, again, relatively standard operator lineups, this time kind of coming from the attacking side though. Whereas the
Attackers need
defense
to
is bringing
locate
along
and
that
defuse as
Boss
many
G on the
bombs as they
Vigil, they're
can.
bringing along the Maestro, the Sentry, that sort of thing, which are all pretty fun
Bomb located
operators.
by attackers.
Goyo's one I don't really understand for this lineup, but not because Goyo's bad, because Goyo's a very good operator and he's pretty versatile with many lineups, but I think like the only reason the Goyo's in the mix is just to combo with the Maestro and have the Maestro use his cams to shoot the canisters. Which I guess makes sense, but also
10 seconds
kind of
remaining.
limits the range and positioning of where the canisters can be. So it's where it can be a decent strat, it can also be a little questionable.
Attackers are heading out.
I think those canisters are just mainly being brought here to maybe just win a little bit of time and just block off
Yeah.
entryways a little bit here so they can just re-roam or just reposition themselves into better position if they may be needed. So that's
Problem with
the only
that-
thing that I can understand, that I would say the reason is why they're bringing a Goyo, because else I don't, as you mentioned earlier, I agree with you, I don't really see a work position or like a good reason why they should bring it on this lineup and this spot especially.
Yeah, the problem with that is like there's a lot of other operators that are a bit more versatile, and I think with a comp that's so sort of like aggression centric, like you've got these two players on the upstairs, you've got the Vigil running around, who is yes now dead but still running around like he was running around at the start. You're missing that key integral part of like having a versatile operator around site as well. So bringing along the Goyo instead of something along the lines of like an Azami or something like that to apply real pressure, that's where you kind of tend to struggle. And now you've lost these players, your Maestro can't even spend a lot of his time on his own cams.
That's putting in the struggles here for Team Rank 2.0 as Project XY are not putting a little bit more pressure on. They're doing their work. They're trying to adapt as they found some adaptation ways. They're putting in smart positions, pushing in, going into the position, into the plant, and just look at the pure aggressiveness as Trinity is now blinding up every single thing here. Gabe is putting down the diffuser. Also upstairs, Ivan is picking up the second kill after re-roamer, and it's only XY against, and it may look into a flawless round coming in here, as there are multiple angles that he needs to hold as Trinity finds the last one into a flawless round. And this, if everything needs to find an answer, this is the answer that you want, because you don't only want to win a round, but you will also want to set an exclamation mark saying to your opponents, you're not taking this for granted, you're not taking this for easy, as we will show you that we can bring a lot of force against you.
Exactly. They are bringing the fire right now, as we do see Rank 2.0 just getting a little caught out. They're losing players early on in that round, and then having the Maestro be one of your like few remaining,
Attackers
it's a
need to
little
locate
difficult
and
for
defuse as many bombs as they can.
him to actually fully utilize the things that he brings to the table when he's so limited on options for players. This time around, it does look like we are going to be seeing the default mirror from Bene, as he is already setting that up inside of the closet. Slur going to be below, as we do see the castle just setting up those barricades on different windows, and then the Frost as per usual for those holes on the library. Bit of drone work coming in to deal with the basement, check things out, and have a look round, as they want to try and just check things out, make sure that no one's going to be lurking below, and making sure that the furthest an extension goes is to that first floor, which is pretty ideal. The castle barricade between the sides is going to be, as I said, that default G2 mirror window that is going up now. And normally you'll have like a warden or something to play that position, just so like the flashbangs and stuff can't really affect him, because what you'll usually tend to see as a way of dealing with this strat is someone rappelling on the windows and rolling candelas or flashbangs underneath that castle barricade.
Yeah. That's the thing that we are most often looking into as the first Dokkaebi call comes in, and now we are in the sector of time where the first approaches may come and the first gunfights are about to happen. But still, I just wanted to say, and I just intend to think out and seeing if we can agree a little bit on that. The first 4 rounds now are more or less concluded with the team picking up the first entry kills, because the teams are not giving it away vulnerably as of after the first round that we saw was a little bit comeback by Project XY, but after round number 1 and round 2, 3, and 4, we have seen the team that picked up firstly with the opening frags were not giving away that round because they're playing very smoothly, very chill, eagerly down with their own game plan, with their own strategy, just putting every single thing that they needed in place for intact placement.
Yeah, I think for me it's the fact that every time something happens, when it comes down to opening picks, the team that loses the opening pick just end up sort of folding around themselves because they try and like compensate for the fact that they're now down a player, and by doing that, that means let's go for a quick pick, and then if that doesn't work, they've just fed a second for absolutely no reason.
Yeah,
like it's just all lust, no love. The Jaeger, though, is going to be going on the flank. He's going to be coming up those basement stairs very, very shortly as the breach is being opened on that top mezzanine area. And with the breach being open now, he's going to start making his move.
Oh, but look at Nono coming sneaky from behind. As he's getting witness, he's getting listened, and Blunted picks up that kill. So we got ourselves an equalizer here again. And Gabe picks up the second one into the double.
So nice from him in order to be able to find that pick. And now with Bene trapped between a rock and a hard place in this corner, Sat just holding on for dear life. Man runs in, goes for the plant, and now with the plant going down, 1C4 is there to deny it.
But
see Blunted
just look at the trade. Look at the trade. He needed to come on close. He needed to come in close, and that was a perfect bait. He needed to come on close to find that C4 happening. That came from Bene, but with that withdraw his position. Every single attacker then knew for a fact he was standing in that corner. He gets pushed out, as well as we have one more guy standing in outside of the breach, holding the long angle to just cover Gabe from Master, and he's finding Cranks and downing him there as well, only leaving Sentry alone into bathroom. And that one, we just saw it, was an easy way to just withhold that window, standing in a proper position to just wait if there's someone roaming back from the back end side, or just roaming back from the front end into the bathroom side. And that way, we got ourselves Project XY back in the lead with 3-on-2. And I really must say, I'm convinced this team is putting on a lot of work, and there are some kind of, I would say they're bringing back some standards. Like you see the standard roles that we have in a team. We got the guys that is mainly anti-fragger, the second anti-fragger coming in. We have the usual player that is holding support for the defuse splatter, and also the defuse splatter for sure. These are like the more standard roles that we had in basic Siege, and they're coming back. And that's maybe a strategic plan that is working out perfectly fine for Project XY as of the moment.
Attackers are moving out.
I'm starting to really question the sanity behind these players. That double mirror strat inside of Closet is really questionable to me. I really don't understand it. Like I'm genuinely trying to wrap my head around it. I understand you just made a wonderful point, but I'm just trying to like understand why this even is a thought in their mind, because this just shouldn't work.
I agree, it shouldn't work, and it possibly won't. I'm a little bit, I'm pretty much not understanding why they're doing this, because this is a qualifier. You need to put out and play these things, for fact functions that also work with you guys, to find out and get these points into the qualifier. This here looks more like a scrim. Let's try out some new things, after my opinion. But after we just talked about it, PRFD is the first one to fall in the hands of Project XY. Once again, they're putting up opening fragger. This one is the 5th of 6 rounds, meaning Project XY is putting on a lot of pressure on the early seconds once again.
Indeed, a bit of pressure being applied by Jaeger of Nono. Just seeing if he can apply some pressure on the library side, as he was. No one really spotted out yet, though. Someone almost loses out a little bit there, but manages to escape relatively unscathed, as they're now just going to be going for this full top clear. C4 flies over. The Kebby nearly got a jump scare, but instead it's going to be bullets to the chest for Mirror. They managed to get one. Nono finds two. He's going to have to get away, but he can't. The hatch isn't open, and that means he has to try and make a mad dash past the holes that he found his 2 kills through. And that's given the attackers a man advantage. Yes, it's only by 1, the man advantage nonetheless.
And it is a huge man advantage. The main cause why they did not win that spot priorly in the first approach was because they did not get that full top floor clearance with unfilled and with filled full through. Now they've gotten the complete top floor control. They're on the breach side into fireplace, and they just need to look into and just have in mind and keep in head that there are still two guys coming up, and X1 may come in from behind as he's already up on top. He's finding the first onto Trinit, and he is equalizing, and he has maybe regained a little bit of grounds here. He was called for a fact there was a drone coming in, and with the background that he was not intended to, that he weren't needed to do, he's getting refragged by Gabe with his good standing positions. Now we have got ourselves the perfect positions in the hands of Project XY to come on in, but also Gabe has now fallen. Dietrichs against Cranks. Who is the first one to fall? And it is Cranks as Dietrichs finds the push in the right seconds, leading him to lurk out with a flash nade coming in. He's blinded, and that one is a good and easy kill for Dietrichs as he's now putting his team in the lead of 4-2 in the attacking half, going into the defense, and that is definitely happy looking for Project XY, and I don't think that Rank 2 are happy with that starting at all.
Yeah, that is a very back and forth round, to say the least. Trades going either way. Almost salvaged for a second by Nono. If Nono was able to escape, that would have been perfect to equalize the man count to 3-3. Instead,
Defenders
went down
protect your
to
bombs from
3
being
versus
defused by
2.
attackers.
And as much as they did win, it was still insanely close.
Bomb located
It was
by
insanely
attackers.
close, but I just needed to say the approach now on that one round looked so much better than the first approach on that spot, and it is because you got that top floor clearance. Yes, you got refrag from above as he was refragging and also regaining positions up on top floor with X1, but I can pretty much say I'm saying that every single time when you're defending
10 seconds remaining.
kitchen dining area, you need to look into and holding that top floor as long as you possibly can, but because every single second that you're gaining in top floor control is giving you so much. And if you lose it against the attackers are free to just mock you completely out of sight, because there's no square inch that you could possibly be placed in that you can hold both sides, both kitchen and dining. And that way it is a quite easier approach into the final plantment section for Project XY. They played off through, they played out good. They lost themselves with Gabe trying to refrag X1. He got the kill, but he got immediately refragged, and it was a one-on-one situation that didn't need to be. But it ended up good for Project XY, and we're in round number 7. Now we're looking into what Project XY can bring here in the defense.
Indeed. We are going to be seeing Ivan find the first pick onto Bene. Bene falls, and that's going to leave rank 2.0 champs in a bit of a questionable position. I say that a refrag is found. The Habana fallen on the attacking side, though, isn't exactly going to be ideal. This LMG of 60 damage per bullet. Slow fire rate is going to come out and sing true, sing loud, as Twitch loses her life. The man on the window is nearly going to catch Kamai, but instead it's going to be the man on Trench to lose out. And we are
just
in
look at the
a much
pure
better
force
situation. They are so unbelievably patient and ready for these engagements. These two players just kind of feeding each other in this area of Boiler, just playing together, making sure they're able to keep each other safe and find these picks whenever absolutely necessary. There is still one player left alive. That one is the Ram. Unable to get any hard breach destruction done and dealt with, is going to be left alone with a buggy, some flashbangs, drones, and a dream.
Okay, just saying for a second, if you didn't see it with all the overlay happening, Rank 2.0 champs has requested a timeout, so there will be a timeout after this round, and it is the perfect time to do so, because you're just seeing they completely lost control of this game as Project XY has put on a lot of pressure. They're holding their temper close, holding it cool, being calm, and just peaking in the perfect moment, perfect seconds every single time. I've talked about it earlier. We will see Tachanka in the hands of Project XY. The Tachanka is also not scared of going in Rome with his heavy-ass LMG that we saw with Gabe picking out No. And also the pure just calmness, the readiness in every single gunfight intended here by XY is so expressionately hard to see in on happening, as Cranks is the only one left. Now he will have a lot of pressure put onto him, and there are 4 players calm and ready to drop bombs on him. As he is though picking up the first kill against Games, and Blunted is not scared of running and getting him in refrag position. There's no way of him getting away from that situation, and once again XY is putting on pressure. They're putting on heat, not making it easy at all. And now we got ourselves a timeout. Nosh, is the timeout still in a good time, or is it a little bit too late?
It's all based on playstyle. Realistically, I'd have done our timeout like before the second half. The reason why is because I feel like it's better to fix mistakes early. And if we are like worried about the second half and not really worried about our defensive half, then that's when I would have gone like, okay, this is probably our ideal situation. Then pausing like after first round of the second half, just try and, get our sort of like bearings together, figure out what's going on, where we're sort of going wrong. And I think the thing that is really messing them up is that lack of utility play, like that drone work, the informational gain just isn't there for the attacking side.
Yeah.
And especially with like a Tachanka as well, like a big fat boy with a big LMG running around on the top floor, and he hasn't been found by an operator called Twitch that has 4 drones.
Yeah.
And she hasn't found him. You know what I mean? Like that one operator alone
Defenders,
has
protect
more
your bombs
drone
from being
utility,
defused by
or the same
attackers.
drone utility, as 2 other normal players on her roster. And she hasn't found that man. That's where you're kind of like questioning whether they're actually playing seriously or not.
Yeah. I'm also questioning that a little bit, but still, there are a lot of things they're doing good. They're putting on pressure. They are also a good team that we know for a fact. They've been playing very good, very aggressive the past play days, and they're also gotten themselves a lot of points. Because if they didn't have gotten any good points earlier, they wouldn't be playing here on stream right now. But Project XY is just intensively always finding solutions on every single adaptation brought by Rank 2.0 as of the moment, and that is scaring me a little bit because Rank 2.0 are not looking good at all as of the moment. Yeah, there's still a lot of rounds to be dealt with and doing grounds good on, but if you lose round number 8 now in the hands of Project XY, you are in a match point position, and that will be the hardest one then to come back from. Especially, I talked about it earlier, defense on Chalet is a good side, and it's also the most favorite with the more teams that I've talked with. And so I don't really see many good ways for Project XY to leave rounds here against Rank 2.0, as they need to straighten up a lot. They're bringing the Blitz now, but that is not a strat that we haven't seen before in this matchup, and I really think that XY are prepared for this one. Bene picks up the first, Nona picking up the second. Blunted gets the C4 onto Cranks, but still in the lower hand now with the hands of XY.
Indeed, a bit of pressure being applied from these attackers on towards the locations of the defenders, and Echo's been cut off completely now if he remains in this position. There is also another player upstairs. It is going to be that Azami, so she's also very isolated and stuck away from sight, as this one person remaining inside of the kitchen is going to be like the main problem. But I'll tell you what is a problem. If there's a bullet in your forehead, you're not really going to be going anywhere. And now we're in a position where we see these players just taking this engagement again. No finally finds Blunted, shuts him down in this round, and now with the Echo just hovering around on these Astro stairs, Soul stairs, is going to be getting just not a fun time for anybody involved. Everyone's blind, everyone's getting shot at, not fun. The Azami now left alone upstairs is going to be the lone sole remaining player of the defense, going to be almost caught out by Ash here if she's a bit faster, but not quite, as the Azami is just going to go for the full rotate. Potentially been seen here if They're not too careful. Sees under the footholds, but isn't actually able to find the kill. Ash falls, and now it's going to be a 1 versus 1 situation effectively. Don't get too greedy, as we are almost getting caught in the bathroom.
Trinity is such a good player.
Down, the final kill coming in, Trinity!
That is the moments that I have talked about. Trinity and also Gabe are known for these situations. Also, Dritnix, they are professors in the game of clutching situations. That's the moments when they shine the brightest. And once again, Trinity is picking up, and that is not only a frustrating round loss in the hands of Rank 2.0, that they're leaving out a 3-on-1 that looked so good for them, looked so incredibly well for them in a winning perspective, as Trinity puts them to sleep, puts them down, and also this was a skull-crushing round. That was a hope-crushing round in the hands of Rank 2.0 that they really hoped and seized through and said, we found a solution, we found another round, but they got shut down by Trinity alone. And now we got ourselves the moments of truth. Will we see the lockdown coming in with 7-2?
Very, very potentially Project XY really running away with this game after going 2-2, trading rounds backwards and forwards constantly in the early portion of this game before eventually ending their first half 4-2 on their attacking half. Now, 6-2 already, 2 rounds back-to-back on this defensive half have been won by Project XY. Will this continue? I'm not sure.
Currently,
I'm sure as hell hoping so.
Currently, I'm getting a little bit of the vibes here that we had on Cafe. Yes, it isn't a 3-0 comeback, but still, we got ourselves a 1-0 lead for Project. Then we got a 2-1 lead for Ranked, equalized to 2-2. And since that 1-2 being down against Ranked, Project has won 5 straight rounds.
Yeah, this is 5 in a row
straight
so
rounds.
far.
So that's quite consistent, and it's also putting some mental distress on your opponents, as Eva now is intended with the first interrogation, as Bene is just a little bit quicker on the trigger. Nono as well finds Gabe quite early on, and now we got ourselves a double opener. That's the things that we are looking in forward for Rank 2.0. These are the situations that they need, but don't forget, Blunted and Trinidad are still up and available, and they're not just leaving their grounds for easy.
Well, Trinity's kind of on his last legs.
He's got on his last legs, yes. Dietrich's not getting dealt with, Blunted as well, and now we got ourselves a 1-on-4 situation once again. Trinid up alone against 4. He's close on that bomb site, and he's not even possible to put on some pressure as Ben is annihilating him out. And now we got ourselves around in the hands of Rank 2.0 champs, now putting a little bit more heat, bringing a lot of more pressure in. They found a solution. May that be the first of many rounds for the comeback run, or will Project XY straighten up and focus in for the last run that they really need?
Very potentially, but they've still got to go through one of these sites that's already been won in the past, and this one, if you remember correctly, was a 4 versus 1.
It was a 4 against 1,
Tachanka roaming upstairs as well, like on 2nd floor while they're holding basement. It's kind of a little bit schizo.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
I'm not gonna lie. The Tachanka's back on the LMG though, so he's going to be just trying to make a bunch of random holes all over the place. And if I remember correctly, last time he went up into kitchen, or no, blue bar, sorry, and made a bunch of head holes over there, like the default ones for that hold, in order to, you know, apply pressure over that side and give himself some really, well, useful angles. So it looks like he is just going to be heading towards those blue stairs now to get himself into that position. And we'll have to see what he does. Yeah, there it is. He's making all these ankle holes on kitchen and blue bar, and then he'll make the head holes going all the way along the blue bar wall. It's a really nice little like play from them, and this is something I might genuinely incorporate into a couple maybe ranked strats or even strats for other teams, because it seems really unique, and I can see how it can catch people out, especially with the amount of damage that you can deal with that LMG from Tachanka, like 60 damage a bullet or something stupid like that. I think could be very, very interesting to try.
But also, once again, here we just need to look a little bit into the approach coming in by Project X, by Rank 2.0, as it's very much linear once again here, going very one-sided. Blonde being dealt with, opening frag in the hands of Rank 2.0 champs. As we got ourselves also Ivan on a ready position onto Boiler. Drenix picking up the first onto Benny. Crank's putting out Trinit, and that one is a hard one that hurts. Ivan picking up
Ivan!
X1. What even is happening here? There's a lot of pressure being dealt here, and it's coming back and forth every single time. But we got ourselves a calmer second here. We got ourselves in the hands of a 3-on-3 situation with both Nono and Cranks being a little bit down with on the HP, as also the diffuser now is down. And there are a lot of players putting on pressure in here to not get any positions near close by to come in and recover that diffuser. There will come one from Trench. The sound is heard by Ivan as he's ready and picking up that shotgun. But Cranks is picking out Ivan from the holes of the boiler rotation. Cranks with the next kill. Gabe putting on a little bit of fire. Diffuser is recovered so far.
That's Ash injured.
But Ash is down. And we got ourselves 1 minute 10 seconds left. And there's a lot of ground still to be taking good of. Nona now being on the roam out. He was trying to be recovered, but the Renix denied that chance. And still, once again, we got ourselves Cranks on 52 health. And also PRFD on full health. He's getting dealt with by Drenix. And this run looks so good for Project XY. Can they shut down a 52 HP point man? It's Gabe and Drenix. And they're still on good health points. A little bit over 100 health above and over Cranks. As he's being dealt with on two sides as Gabe is shutting them down and winning this round for Project XY, as they are granting themselves this win fair and squarely on Chalet with a good performance.
Yeah, that was absolutely phenomenal from them, being able to just pull that like out of the bag, going to a site they've already won, a site that they won so dominantly, and then bringing it back into such another dominant fashion. Obviously, they lost a couple players towards the end, but realistically, there was no semblance of space that was able to be taken by the attacking side. There was very minimal utility that was able to be like gotten in to any of these power positions, including that bunker area, that boiler extension. They chose not to bring the Flores in order to, deal with that shield and try and flush out that position. So it's a bit of a questionable situation when it comes down to the attack, because it seems to me like they're just kind of not switching around the players or switching around their operators when they should.
Yeah, that's for sure. And I really need to just mark out the things that went so incredibly good, and also maybe the main causes why Project XY just ran off with a matchup winning here is the things they're in the right positions, they're pre-finding the right angles with good game sense of just knowing for a fact where these lurking standing positions are in the defense, just pre-aiming and pre-firing those, getting kills done. Attempting standard plays, standard mock-outs with going on a plan, just mocking out, because for a fact there may be one player in the corner with the C4 in hand. He needs to come out a little bit to throw that C4. You just deal with and just swap out your teammate with the teammate with the opponent in the corner, mocking out the positions, being able to move on forward, and just a pure team sense and also the play sense of Project XY with the things of just placement, intel, and also the team play together is so phenomenally good in this matchup. And that way, I just needed to say, intended win, intended positions, and they absolutely granted themselves a good win against a team that is, as we said, a challenge.
Exactly. And we're just looking at the highlights now, just going through them. Some wonderful kills from all of these players. And generally speaking, it was a lot closer actually in the game than the scoreline really shows off, with how much the trade game was being played. There was a lot of back and forth within the rounds. There were some very dominant rounds coming out of both sides, and I think that realistically it came very much down to who was really able to finish off the game. But a beautiful shot from Ivan there later on in the game. That was fantastic, down that boiler corridor. And well, before we move on to anything else, I'm going to try and get our production to tell me what our next game is going to be. But we'll have to wait and see. Okay. So we have confirmation that our next game that we are going to be watching is we are currently awaiting 2 teams to just quickly finish theirs, I think. Or is
Yeah.
one confirmed? Oh yeah, Sycopatus is confirmed already, and we are waiting for Inf versus Infuria. So the winner of that game will move on to play in the game coming up. Now, I do have just something quickly to say. I'll let you talk about the game just beforehand. Go straight ahead.
Okay. I just really just to point out one more thing. I will just give a shout out because I know those guys, and I just wanted to say I've seen many good clutches. I've seen many like I would say run me after, but the 3-on-1 from Trinet in that round upstairs. I told about it. I pretty much said it was a skull crushing round, and that is in the meant of how can you be in a good position, being in so good health with 2 men and mancon overhead, and just leaving that round. That is a round that Rank 2.0 really needs to look back on and focus on just putting some drawings on the board, figuring out what went wrong, and just not making that happen anymore. Because Trinit, Gabe, and also Ivan are known for these situations that they can clutch and come back those, and they just showed why they're known for that. So big shout outs for Trinit for winning that round all by himself, more or less. Good game there. But there's still a lot of work to put in there. Project Square have shown me now from this game from the past weeks that they are putting a lot of work, and that's just phenomenal. And the way that they just adapted from the weeks that I've saw them priorly into this game, it's a big change. That is a team to take serious, that's for sure.
Yeah. Well, just to quickly add to that, I've been Naj. Obviously, I'm not gonna go through and do the entire bit where I hijack the stream and just promote myself for about 2-3 minutes. But either way, we have a wonderful set of games coming up. The semi-finals and the grand finals of today's qualifiers are coming forward, and as I said, Sycopatas versus the winners of the Inf versus Infuria game. And yeah, I've been Naj. You're going to be joined by a surprise newcaster in place of me because I've got some packing to do in order to go home from where I currently am.
We're not spoiling yet. We're not spoiling.
It'd be it is. Thank you guys for having me. I hope you all have a lovely, enjoyable experience watching the remaining 2 games, and I'll see you next time.
Then I will say thank you for being the main caster here, and I wish you a pleasant travel home, and then may we see each other back on this casting desk very soon. But then, guys, we will leave you in a quick pause until the next game is ready, so see you then after a quick break.
the world of champions, the journey is never easy. It's about pushing limits, overcoming obstacles, and finding strength with every heartbeat. Sometimes your goals seem impossible. But together, we shatter limits. Whatever your sport, whatever your goal, we go beyond your limits together.
And we are back with qualifier play day number 3. We are back with our game in number 4. And as we talked about priorly, Naj is gone and we got ourselves a new co-caster. And I agree to Piercing. Hello there.
Hello, hello. I heard you guys needed a little bit of backup, my British boys. So here I am, U.S. Army in the flesh. Here I am, and I'm here to support. Let's get this party started.
Let's get this party started. And we picked ourselves a quite good matchup for you to come in this cast. We needed a lot of energy because these two teams will bring a lot of energy. And I will say we are talking about Psychopathas and Inf Esports. We have read a little bit into these stats, but these stats will be brought to you by Piercing. Let's go. Take it away.
Yeah, so taking a look at Psychopathas and their past history from the data that we have so far, both teams are heavy hitters. Psychopathas in the Devil Royal Cup actually finished first place in that Edition 3 championship. And then in the ELC Spring, in the group stages, they finished in first place. In the playoffs championship, they also finished first place. And then for stage 1, qualifier 1 of this Voltage League this season, they were able to place second place. So we've already seen them, and they are a heavy hitting performing Spanish team. So you're going to see some pretty devastating gameplay from them, considering their impressive portfolio with the information we have on hand. But taking a look at INF Esports, they've also got a decent resume as well, playing quite extensively in the Vibrant League Season 2 in the qualifier stage, placing 8th place. In the third qualifier stage, placing 2nd. Third division of group stage, they placed 9th, but they did place 31st place in the first qualifier for Voltage League. So their more recent experience is a little bit on the shakier side, but they still have a decent resume from earlier this year. So with that being said, I think we're going to be in for something quite special today, folks.
We will be in for some special. And for a matchup to be special, we also need a map. And so on, let's move over to the map and just look in what these two teams may have been thinking. We're going through Clubhouse, a very standard map. We know it in and out, every single nook. We are casters. We are provided with the maps in hand, so we know every single square inch. We know every single black corner where opponents might sit. But that tells me we're going back to the standard maps. So these teams, they've got some good resumes, as we just heard. And the way we just heard them from, I will say both of these teams then know for perfect inch how this map is to be played. So I'm looking forward to seeing the first itches going into that map, aren't you?
Pues tenéis Clubhouse otra vez. You can't dodge Clubhouse forever. And yep, here we are on Clubhouse. But, I mean, again, we're still facing much higher caliber teams in this upcoming matchup. So we can still see some change ups as we saw the last time we were on Clubhouse. Although I just woke up not too long ago, so I'm not sure if we were witnessing that earlier. But I know yesterday for Qualifier 2, we did see Clubhouse. And boy, was that quite a showing, with a bit of a steam comeback, but that was eventually shut out from how that match played out. So we might see a little bit of a trend of a little bit of catch up and maybe propelling back up. We'll see how the round differentials pan out for this upcoming matchup. But leave it up to these teams to try to shake up a standard map. And especially when you've got two rosters that really know their stuff, oh yeah, they're going to do whatever they can to get an edge.
And when we're talking about rosters, I think we got some team cards ready up for you as well. So let's slide up and look into those. We got ourselves two teams that bring us a lot of temper. There are many teams, better said, there are many players here known well. These are the teams that we are looking into, and the players will bring every single percentage that they have got. They're so close into closing in on that final play of today to grab the most points available for this Playday qualifier. But I'm so hyped and I'm so convinced that this could be a banger match, or better said, the banger match of the evening. But to final that, we still need one more player in that custom game. So I will say we take a small little break and waiting on the last guy to then see us back on the map on Clubhouse with the bands. And so we are back with the bands. It was a quick break, but it was a good one for us to prepare our last sections for this map. And now we're in the band phase, and we're looking forward to big bands we talked about earlier in the previous matches. I'm looking forward to bands like a Zami, a Fenrir, a Monty. These are the operators that I'm looking forward to. May I get those or may I not, as Maverick is the first one to fall through the roster.
It's kind of interesting to see INF Esports go for a Maverick ban. I have noticed that teams with a slightly lower standing do like to get rid of operators like Maverick and try to hold on to the walls as long as humanly possible. And Maverick is a crucial ban to be able to do that, especially if Tubarão is still on the plate. We will see Psicopathas go with the Ying ban, but I'm wondering if they might possibly go for a Tubarão as a counter, because it's one thing to get rid of Maverick, right? There's still plenty of options to get that wall open and still ensure that that remains to be the case. You can get vertical below, even though you still got to deal with red stairs and potentially bottom garage, which can be a little bit hard to flush out without additional investment in utility, especially if garage is reinforced. But we will see Psicopathas go for a Cade ban instead. So if that's INF Esports direction, they will be able to stall even further, getting that wall open, which could help a lot depending on what their tendencies, propensities when it comes to utility versus forcing fights is, their play style. But it does seem like we're going to get one that involves, okay, now that's a turn of events I wasn't expecting. INF Esports, in turn, being the ones to ban Tubro as well as Maverick, possibly looking to simplify the hard breach denial and hard breach back to the classics. Can't ever go wrong with that.
Can never go wrong with that. But that also means with all these 4 bans concluded, all 3 operators that I just called upon are still in the board. And also that means all the big 5 that Naj was talking about earlier are also in the game, with them 2 being brought to the table.
Attackers need
Valkyrie
to
and
locate
Azami.
and
Azami,
defuse
a
as many
crucial
bombs as they
weapon
can.
in Rafters on top level. But we're going into Church and Arsenal at first. And we got ourselves an Azami and also a Valkyrie. Valkyrie used for putting on cams, so they will potentially play a lot of verticality here in that bomb site. It's usual, it's normal. We always say that we are waiting upon it. We're getting this time as well, as it may look from the angles of perspective now. And just looking at the pure rosters, we got ourselves a Warden, a Goyo, a Kepkin, a Zombie, and Valkyrie. A very biased, a very normal, I would say, stand-up or just lineup picking here.
5 seconds
But
to go.
there could always be room for surprises, as they don't really see which of these operators will be the one and only first aggressive player, as we see a triple Capkin here close at the bar, 1 door, single door.
Yeah, no, this is some significant... Oh, who uses those sites? Move this swiftly on. You're seeing some heavy investment towards stall utility, but still a bit of aggression to boot with it. Ooh, getting spotted very early on. JFK, very funny. But getting spotted early on, managed to rotate out. Does sustain a little bit of damage. Looks like she is just getting really heavily pressured out by an early push in turn to Zika Patas. Gonna try to hold this push out. Looking for an avenue to fall back. However, Santi will be able to back up a bottom garage to take Dano. That's going to be the first pick. Extreme taking JFK down. That hunt's finally over, and now a 1-for-1 trade. Losing Grim, and also losing Zombie. Both crucial with essential active utility. And then the flush on the bottom garage. That's going to mean Santi's now down. That's Goyo, leading to a 1-person lead for Sika Patas very early on, not even a minute into the round.
And if you just look into the pure playset of Psychopaths that they are bringing here, they're bringing a lot of pace here. They knew for a fact there's one guy down below in garage, and they instantly roam through and just walk on the other side of garage to just get a double angle on that guy, just knocking him out of the position and annihilating him in that section. Now we got ourselves a refrag here coming by Alex. And now, that way, we got ourselves a 3-on-3 standing, 1.5 minutes into the round, 1.5 minutes to go. But the build-up here is looking quite good in the hands of Psychopaths, of my opinion. With a lot of time now, they have dealt and gained the key positions up in the upper floor, opening completely up into the hallway. Breaches and hatches are now also going open. And this round is looking good in the time managed perspective of Psychopaths.
Oh, but they have made huge presence in Demoto. That's going to be some real pressure onto INF Esports, which can really make contesting with Nitros tricky. Keep in mind, they still have 2 Nitros on the board. Capacity to do a lot of damage when it comes down to the execute. Flash is going down. A lot of burn damage. And Capcan stacking onto Alex. That's going to take him down for the count. Now with 2v2. Plan going down. That's going to be sustained. But not before retake onto Blue. That's going to be thanks to Luminesci. It's now up to Rafa to save this round for Psychopaths. Rocking around in a hard place. As it goes out, it's not going to connect. Tries to fight the box, but looks away at the last second. And that's going to allow for Luminesci now to be able to fuse, but not before a cheeky little 2K. That will be INF Esports first round. That was really toxic.
That one caught me off guard.
Defenders win.
Par for the course. Par for the course with a little bit of ego. We all love to see it.
I'm sorry, guys. Okay, getting back in my mental state. Okay, let's go. Okay, we got ourselves a quite good comeback in the hands of INF. With a little bit ego play here, with saying, okay, I clutched his background. I want to defuse, so get off that diffuser for me. So, but yeah, INF in the lead of 1-0. Psychopaths looked quite good with the intentions, bring a lot of pressure, bring also a lot of
Defenders,
tempo
protect
here
your bombs
into
from
these
being
rounds.
used by
Just
attackers.
knocking out these key positions quite early on, knocking out the defenders, getting key positions very early on, then also having a lot of grounds taken care of with verticality play and also opening like from over and below. But the last approach into the side, where they might have found the right pressure points into the side, they're immediately getting stopped there with the Goyo canisters, bringing a lot of things good here, making things good and grounds good for INF, as INF is surely taking out the
seconds to
way
go.
and found the possibility to turn this round around for them, as them going
5
into the lead
seconds left.
1-0. But still, Singapore's is to be taken serious, as they've shown how much
Attackers must
pace and
locate
aggressiveness they
the
can bring.
bomb.
So they are real good opponents here in the hands of INF.
No, absolutely. I mean, their utility investment in order to pretty much flush out their one-star player that Sigapatis had when it came to establishing that real basement presence was a major blow to them in actually getting a sustained execution, as they really didn't have a firm hold of Blue Hall, as we had seen right as the XP was going down. That just put them in a strain they couldn't really handle too much. But luckily for Sigapatis, INF Esports isn't really investing as heavily into that plant denial and stall utility like we saw so extensively on the first round, opting for now Ramai, Mew, Mira. A lot of these changes are not going to allow for a kind of stall like we saw before, at least punishment for overextending to this extent. However, we are seeing quite an extensive clear trying to take CCTV control. Already massive damage going out onto Santi and Alec2K, and you already have some holding outside window as well. This is going to be a heavy investment for INF Esports, and they don't intend to hold back on it. So far, trying to get that wall open into Cash. That goes out, doesn't connect. Rafa going to be able to take GNX. That's going to be one down from INF Esports as the Cash
Bomb
hold
located
starts
by
to slowly
attackers.
potentially fall apart here. But 1 minute 38, and with the angles that are being held by Sigapatis, it doesn't look like there's a lot of avenues to fall back here. They're going to have to commit, and the commit they do is JFK will be able to take Dano down as well. That's going to be a 1-for-1 trade for both of these teams, and still no solid Cash control quite yet.
Oh, this is a peak game. Who peaks at first? And Sanity is withdrawing his position in the latest second that he has provided, as he's now getting some damage done by the bar from below, as the Bombi is also pushing out, getting Alex, Jordan picking Sanity, Rafa picking JFK, and this round is going in the hands of Sigapatis as 100% sure, as Shorten picks up the last of Illuminacy, and that way we got ourselves an equalizing point of 1-on-1 in round number 2, and this round is, from the profile scene, quite the same as Sigapatis brought in the first round, but this time it was more contagious, as it was continuously with played through completely through the round, and that way they finally found the right solution and the right angle points to just put enough pressure onto INF that they ain't available to roam back or roam into support
Defenders,
your teammates,
protect your
and that
bombs
way
from
they're
being
just
defused by
getting dealt
attackers.
with and vulnerable to every single position that they are roaming away from.
And this right here shows one of the cons of the CCTV and Cash hold. With so many positions available that Sigapatis leverage extensively to pretty much wipe out INF Esports before even really taking con hold, it shows that without additional support from anchors going down below by bar and stock, it can be a very tenuous position, or I would say dangerous position to try to uphold with such extensive investment and ensuring that anyone who attempts to fall back once that space is taken goes out of the fight entirely. Usually you want to have a fallback plan, but the problem with Jit in the bedroom is that CCTV and Cash is one of those rooms where you can't really, you don't get that option inherent. You don't really get a fallback because those pinches from below, outside, even from CCTV and below pushing up red stairs are so deadly. It's hard to compensate with. We already got a little bit of aggressive peek from Santi, and Shexton is not going to be having any of it. Already taken that player down. That's going to be active utility off the books. We're not even 30 seconds into the round.
We're not even 30 seconds into the round, and also like the pure friendliness here with Dano and Sanity in the fight against each other. With Dano coming in as the winner immediately with the type chat. Oh, well played. That means a little friendliness. Is also respect in the esports scene that we want to see more of in the future. So keep on that coming. But look at these pressure points. Yeah, we got ourselves the opening frag in the end of Sigapatas, but Sigapatas is still stalling a little bit in their builds. Yes, they have a lot of time left, but there's so much ground and so many keepers to take grounds of. But the positions that they are putting themselves in as Sigapatas, always being in a perfect lurking position to await these roam sectors, await these walkways from the opponents of INF, immediately catching them and calling them off guard. Well, GNX picking up Bombi with the equalizing frag.
So far, successfully taking one player down, but they still have a lot more to go if they want to be able to repel this attack. Not really much of a hold that we can see from below from Sigapatas. This could be an opportunity for INF Esports to get a little bit more comfortable, but in turn, they're going to suffer massive casualties, but before Ala2K will be able to take a double kill, and that is going to shut out a lot of this CCTV cash hold. However, we are seeing presence in gym and bedroom. They do have the sight. They were able to hold CCTV in cash, but at what cost, as they have effectively lost sight as the anchors fell apart.
Attackers
and that's
are
thanks to
activating the
Rafa
diffuser.
and Dano. Diffuser now planted, but there's still a Nitro on the board, and that's thanks to JFK. They'll be looking to possibly catch one from below. Flash is now going out, looking to stall out these players who are going to have to resort to moving up from main, but not Ala2K, who's going to be pushing it in through Logic, potentially clear this one player out. Goes from the vault, bad timing as Rafa will be able to catch that. We still got one on main. The shot's going to be confirming the position. Remainder of this round, 20 seconds. Gotta clear one of these fights. And the first one's going to be Logic. Gets a little bit of damage on Rafa. Can't make much progress. Starts to make the push through bedroom. Looking to force this fight with the shorty. Goes towards the swing. Can't quite connect the first shot. Can't connect the second. As Dana will be able to finish JFK off for to secure the second round. I can't say their name right now. Sigapatas. That's who secured that round.
Once again, we talked about the cons of that side. You always play it quite widely, and the way Sigapatas is playing, they're blocking off these roam ways. The ways that you normally walk into back roam or roam out of the side, and also flank positions. They're always having a guy watching, lurking these positions, just
Defenders,
awaiting,
protect your bombs
knowing
from
for a
being
fact
defused by
that there will
attackers.
possibly come one by sooner or later. And that's hurting INF quite well. As they then in the later phase, Sigapatas is blocking off the ways, cleaning out, mocking the guys close onto side or inside, then just blocking off the guys that need to back roam. And that way, Sigapatas just overtook the main side, came onto the plan quite easily without any type of base force against them. And that way they just needed to lurk in, have good team communication, just lurk in these sites and just holding down the time
5
that it
seconds
isn't
remaining.
possible to defuse anymore. And it worked perfectly fine as they found the first
Attackers'
kill and
objective
also
is to locate
shut
a
down
bomb
the
and
second
defuse
one
it.
because of Dano being able to hit his shots against his opponent.
As of right now, Sigapatas is just looking unstoppable with their attack ferocity. And unfortunately for INF Esports, this is really hard to counter if you're kind of existing in two separate islands. And by that, I mean, yes, the roamers and anchors are supporting each other, but not to the level of closeness that they need to. They're kind of operating on their own island. Oh my gosh, Bombi, what are you doing, my friend? Already taken 2 out the gate, already has main stairs hold, and the vertical's already underway. We're not even a minute into the round. This is what I'm talking about. This attack is so dangerous, and they just don't really have the structure. INF Esports properly contest this. They know that there's one over in Strip Club. That player is now isolated. This just gets more and more dangerous as we move on. And now on site, it's a 2v4 so long as JFK doesn't have a way to really get out. And so far, she doesn't. They've got eyes on her too. This is where Night Strip Club can be so dangerous. And just how fast they're moving. INF Esports is in for a lot of trouble here unless they can find a way to shut down 1 to 2 of these fronts that are going to be incoming.
Yeah, because you know for a fact you're up in man count. You have 4 guys against 3. You've also locked away one of the guys in the defense, so it's typically 3 against 2 because you only need one guy to just withhand and withhold the guy coming back from circle. But JFK is not going without a fight as he pays up short and he's now annihilated the top fragger as also Bombi was shut down by his teammate earlier on. So we got an equalize, right? But in the typical manner, when you are able to lock away one guy, you just put on force onto the side. That doesn't function here. JFK being put down by Seiko, but also once again we got ourselves a kill by Luminuzzi. So now we are on a 2-on-2 situation. Luminuzzi is now nearly getting dealt with, but he is getting dealt with by the hashes. He's roaming and he's moving in a false direction, leaving himself completely vulnerable for the hatch for Seiko. As we now have Psychopatas up in the lead again with one more in man count. And all guys here, all 3 of the guys are full HP. There are a lot of things that are impossible matters here. We gotta drop into Moto.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Yeah, it's now a matter of time.
They know the position.
Uh-oh.
Alec with the first. Down on the plant though, has the diffuser in hand, is planning though. Knows the key position, he knows it for a fact. Dano also now taking the position. Okay, he knows for a fact, Alex knows for a fact he's going deep. Of course, because it is a mute, he has a shotgun in hand. Dano on the plant, he's looking close. And Alec is hitting a shot this time as we are going in with a 2-on-2. Perfectly comeback here by INF of my opinion, not being scared of taking the gunfights, even though Psychopaths are bringing a lot of pace, a lot of aggressiveness here. INF is not scared. They're not taking a step back. They're coming in face front, kicking down doors, and that way we got ourselves an equalizer point on 2-2 in round number 4.
The way that INF Esports sliced up that execute down to the very last wire, beautifully done, right? Taking those ones and isolating each of the attackers and not allowing for a clean refrag at the very least without an offset in positioning. And boy, Dano was quite heavily offset there, having to plant in bar, which is a very far from ideal position, especially when you've got Ali 2K still on the board with a shotgun in hand and an SMG-11. That's just a nightmare scenario. And there's really not a lot of options on how to push that, especially if you are managing your weapon selection, your timing, and your positioning correctly. There's really not a lot that you can do against something like that. It's a very strange situation, especially being strapped for time. And the choice of who to sacrifice on that forced one, absolutely perfectly done.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
Of all the operators to keep alive, when it comes to the final countdown, Mute and Smoke, right? The Remming with the SMG-11 is hands down the best combination you could possibly ask for. As, you know, with a Nitro on hand as well, it's one of the worst thoughts you could possibly go up against in a pure gunfight situation. It's too much to handle.
Once again, we got ourselves up in the first 30 seconds, and we got ourselves a big trade coming in here as we're trading Jordan against JFK. Both top frags with that out of the board for this round in round number 5. Who is taking the lead here after this equalizer? Is it INF now coming back into that lead, or is it Psychopath saying we're not giving away the lead?
It's so hard to say. Both these teams are playing extremely well. Psychopath has a very powerful initial entry as well as utility setup, but INF Esports, they really know how to hold it down when it comes to execute denial and a retake. You get a little bit of a cheeky peek coming out, minimal damage, but a back-for-back trade onto GN, thanks to Rafa, bringing it down to a 3v2 as Seiko will be able to take Ali 2K down, and now it is up to Luminesci and Santi. One on site, one still off site. They've got a lot of control here towards bedroom and bathroom if they so choose to go for a plant, but they don't really have a lot of information on where these last two players are. However, it does seem like they are able to spot Santi. There's a hat drop looking to take this fight on to Santi, but not successful. Dano will go down. Nitro providing an option to rotate, as we'll see the push up even further. The pre-fire from Santi to take Zico out. Now going for the plant, cancels it out. Not the rock and hard place between Jim. Does manage to force a fight towards the hull. Takes Santi out. One more to go. That's going to be Luminesci. Has the rotate available. Can go for that option. The minute remaining. No flashes in hand. That's going to be hard breach charges. It's going to be a raw gunfight at this point. does have the pings on where Luminescence is coming from. Looking to open the line of sight. Does back up, goes for the logic rotate. This information gap could be just what is needed for INF Esports to secure this round. It all comes down to this, but I think JK Bombi's got a little bit of a suspicion of what Luminescence is trying to do here, stalling that timeout and being as unpredictable as possible in positioning to stall out that plant, waiting just until tries to go for the plant, shoots out the Melusi, but gets caught by Luminescence all the way from
Just
Cash.
look at the pureness of the pixel looking here in the hands of Illuminisi, going completely deep, saying, okay, he possibly will go frontal in Jim to just look into sight and just seeing if he may get a peek from him into construction. I really think that they had intel on him, that he withdrew his position and fell back, but I don't think that he knew that he fell back all the way into Cash with that kill going in the Voodoo boards. And INF back in the lead with a very good round.
Attackers need to locate
I mean,
and defuse
INF
the bomb.
Esports have just been the undisputed kings at this point of the execute denial and the post plant. And the important thing to keep in mind, right, is even when these trades come out, even when Zikapadas gets a big hit on INF Esports in the setup, in their initial clear, time after time again, we are seeing that their anchors and their execute denial are really the star players like Santi, Ali2K, JFK, and even Luminescence, as we saw in the last round, are all able to make their strides when they come back onto site. And
10
every
seconds to go.
time, they are getting the favorable matchups. You got to keep in mind, planting on these
seconds
sites
left
when everything
before
is
insertion.
totally broken apart and torn open is not very easy.
Attackers'
Yes, it gives you a
objective is to
line of
locate a
sight,
bomb
but
and
it
defuse
gives
it.
INF Esports the same line of sight, especially when they have ease of rotating around. Because unfortunately for Zikapadas, the operators that they typically have are not the operators that you would want for isolating the last remaining operator to secure a plant. They just don't have it. They're losing their Grim, they're losing their smokes, they're losing flashes, anything that you would want to use to try to secure
Attackers
that
have located a
diffuser
bomb.
to put yourself at an edge. It's just not happening.
It's not happening, and also here, we just got a quick eye on how the camp spots are positioned. We got 4 out of 5 camps still in pocket, and we also have 3 place camps. That means 7 potential camps to again provide intel to you guys. And now we are seeing the first ones coming in so far.
Well, that Maestro tank is going to be a huge piece of information, but it does look like they are going to break that glass, but that doesn't entirely destroy it. This is why Bravo is so dangerous against Maestro, because even if you break the glass, that Maestro cam is still up. You have to invest in impact or some kind of explosive utility in order to get rid of that. Otherwise, it's going to continue to be a problem. So that execute denial, as far as using Maestro, is off the table. But Dano's not done yet. Looking to possibly take more util, but that drone's going to immediately get shot out, and that will be the last of Brava's drones. Whatever's hijacked is whatever they got. So far, much slower pace for both of these teams that we have not seen a single pick go out yet. We have a Mira, LO2K lurking all the way in basement. What are your thoughts on that? I swear these Mira rooms are getting weirder and weirder every day.
They're getting weirder and weirder, but it may be a good strategic plan to just have one lurking all the way back, doing a very late back flank or back roam for that instance. But I don't know if that may be the key. Zikapadas now a little bit in the stalling position here, not quite early coming in further onto the side. They gain control of construction quite early on here, and with a little bit of force bringing in here. They're not getting any closer, but now Rafa's on the side. Sigler is getting the first kill onto the JFK. Shorten is getting GNX out of the water. Shorten is getting Sandy, and now it's getting quick. It's getting short. It's LA2K. Could potentially bring another big kill. Sandy gets a kill with a smoke canister in afterlife, and that C4 does not hit, unfortunately.
Attackers recovered the bomb.
It's a
Yeah,
thing against
Zikapadas
Rafa.
absolutely devastated on that setup. Ooh.
But Sigo shuts down. Sigo shuts down LA2K, and that way we have ourselves the next equalizing point on 3-on-3. We're going into the roll swap, and I must say, as much as INF was looking good again, Zikapadas will be more pleased with this roll swap scoreline than INF will.
So let's talk about CCTV Cash a little bit and what happened there. That very extreme shift. You got to keep in mind, CCTV and Cash is one of those sites where it's very hard to defend as far as setup
Attackers
goes
need to
prior to the
locate and
execute
defuse as
without
many bombs
actually
as they
getting
can.
active. And what is the one thing that Psychopathus is doing so well? They are hitting their strides when it comes to their setup and prior to the execute, clearing that space. They got the cash wall open from construction very, very early on. And that meant extensive line of sights onto INF Esports. And going against what is Psychopathus' strength in order to even hold the site properly, which is their setup phase, their clearing phase, that spells trouble.
10
I would
seconds
honestly
remaining.
have argued to even go bar, because at the very least, you're not on a
5 seconds
setup
left
heavy
before
site like
insertion.
that, where Psychopathus can put in the work, and clearly they did,
Attackers' objective
getting
is to
a wipe
locate a bomb
all
and
the way
defuse it.
down to the
Attackers
last
have dropped the
player,
bomb diffuser.
Ella2K on
Attackers
Mira,
have recovered
and the
their
only reason
diffuser.
she wasn't dead at that point was because she wasn't even remotely on site, still lurking all the way down basement. You're pretty much on that side playing to the strength of Psychopathus, which is that setup. And that's what made CCTV Catch so dangerous for INF Esports.
It made it so deadly and it made it so crucial for them. But now we're having the situation where we're in the roll zone, and now it's pretty much about, okay, we've had 6 rounds against each other. We know for a fact
Attackers
how the game flow is going
Attackers
to be.
recovered the
We
bomb
also know
diffuser.
the strategic game plan in your heads of your players, how you are just approaching us. And that way, now we're in the phase. It's getting interesting to see the other guys needing to adapt upon the information you have gathered and the information you have learned in the past 6 rounds to then find out your way
attacker's
of
bomb
finish
diffuser has been
scoreline
dropped.
into these second half rounds. Regardless of what 3 on 3 have, if everything is possible, I would say
Attackers recover
Psychopathus
the
is a
diffuser.
little bit in an advantage because the batter standard is going into the favor of the defense in the defensive side, as well as we're going into the most defended
Attackers dropped the
spot
diffuser.
in the entire map with the basement on Clubhouse. And we're finally seeing a Monty. Monty is such a good operator. He's a living drone. He's a pure fortress, and he will make some good damage on you when he's coming close. And he's a scary one after these
Attackers have recovered their
access on these shield operators.
Yeah, and here's the problem right now that I'm starting to see for Psychopathus. Look how many are keeping eyes on Luminesci over towards Monty. You have Seiko, you have
Attackers have
Bombi,
located a bomb.
and you even have Dano. This massive distraction that could allow for INF Esports to really get the work in as far as setup and moving down. However, you do have Curtin still holding over by main stairs that could be waiting for that opportunity. But so far, INF Esports, I don't think they really have recognized that and haven't been able to capitalize on it. And with having another player supporting towards tunnel, and that's going to be GNX. I am kind of wondering what the direction INF Esports is going for here. So far, they haven't really budged much at this point. However, Monty is on site and manages to catch Rafa, completely ignoring Luminesci here. However, INF Esports is able to get some damage down onto main. The not before, the contest onto Hat, able to take another blue, going down, but not
recovered the bomb
before.
diffuser.
Dano able to take the space back. It's now quickly devolved into a 2v1 as their execute has fallen apart. Now Luminesci is forced to try to get active here. Missile out, looking to force somebody down. And there's the Nitro, possibly looking to go out. There it is. Doesn't catch anyone. Sustaining a bit of damage. A little bit surrounding here. Can't manage to catch one. Pulls shield down. Looking to take that fight on Namira, but just can't. As Shirt is not going to miss their shots there on the Luminesci. And that's going to be the first round of attacking, not going in INF's favor, unfortunately.
It was such a good build-up, and it was such a good way to just distress putting pressure on the Psychopathus. The way of build-up it just was informed here by INF, and Luminesci also putting a lot of pressure in with the Monty was so good. The only flaw that I see is that there was no recoverment from his teammates to just be able to send in a second guy helping or just putting more pressure. It was completely Luminesci, completely on site,
Attackers
as well
need to
as we
locate
got
and
ourselves
defuse as many
Demos
bombs as they
being
can.
stuck in that dirt hallway, in that catacombs hallway. He was not going into the side. He was absolutely being pushed back, and that way you left Luminesci alone. Yes, he picked the one that tried to swing in close on the Demos, but Demos fell very quickly after, and that way there was no intentions possible to getting any assisted help there. Also, the guy that tried to back flank from blue, putting on pressure on the Azami, did fell through too early, did not get any chance to be an asset or help to the Montana.
10 seconds.
And that way you lose that round with not having enough assets to help you and assist you on
Attackers
that push.
discovered the
in
location of a bomb.
seconds. So Sycopatus with a good comeback,
Attackers'
focused,
objective
and
is to
also
defuse the
running
bomb.
their comms, because you saw, in fact, how often they must have been communicating, because they were turning around, being refocused on the other guys coming in with back flanks when they were supposed to every single time. And then the pure chillness and playing that 2-on-1 against the Monty, that's how you should play it. And that way, Sycopatus is leading here in a perfect favor and a very deserved favor.
I'm a little bit worried for Sycopatus right now. I mean, look at how little reinforcements we're actually seeing towards CCTV and Cash, and they already have construction wall open. I don't suspect that they're going to be able to hold on to that for very long, unless Shirk decides to get really gutsy here, which is exactly what she did, managing to take Ally 2K very early on. Unless INF Esports doesn't have the proper allocations towards CCTV. I mean, these walls are stuck. You can easily get that wall open, but so far, minute in, and we haven't seen that quite yet. I'm kind of wondering why the low reinforcement towards CCTV and Cash and what that's going towards instead. Wait, do they not have wall reinforcement? Oh, they do. Okay, just a bit. We'll get that open. DNX gonna take sure. I was very worried. I'm like, that's a little bit too much of not being supposed to not be worried. Oh, but no one's watching. Rafa will be able to take out those ace charges. That's going to be huge in providing cover from Bathroom. A key position to break down. Oh, what a shot! What was that? Was the intel there? Man, Stanley getting a clean shot through the wall onto Jim. What a
I can
read.
definitely confirm that that was no yellow ping there. That was maybe a sound call or pure intel. Now there was a yellow ping there, maybe coming in. Now the yellow ping is on another complete position. That was a crucial, very hurting kill there in on the table. But JK Bombi putting out JFK here on the equalizing frag. As GNX is putting on a lot of pressure. He also is getting dealt with by JK Bombi, of course. If it isn't he, who else should it be? As we're not seeing Sika putting out Luminescence, and this fall apart is so intense. Santi gets a kill onto Bombi, but Bombi does get that trade in. As Sycopatus is now running away with the lead, building it out with a 5-3 standing, only needing 2 more rounds to conclude and close up this match, as INF are really in their stress now to find the right solution on bragging it back.
The fallback from Sycopatus was so clean. They didn't even need CCTV Cash. They got their one. They gave
Attackers
a false sense of
and
hope that they
bomb.
had that free. It's the same thing with Jacuzzi. I think INF Esports just got way too comfortable there. I mean, we saw how they try to go for that Jacuzzi wall. They didn't have much to account for stopping that Bathroom wall from, or those ace charges from being shot out, and that's exactly what happened. Sure, you lost a warning player. Once that was done, anchoring and overstaying the wall forward by
Attackers
Jim,
have
but
discovered the
honestly,
location
it
of a
didn't
bomb.
really matter. You know, being strained of resources and then trying to full send it like that with insufficient information,
10
it just
seconds
resulted
remaining.
in back-to-back INF Esports getting caught out. It just didn't seem like there was
5
a proper
seconds
plan of
remaining.
action in actually executing there. Rather,
Attackers
each player
objective
trying to
is
go
to
for their own
defuse the bomb.
hero play and kind of getting caught in the act, especially like what we saw with JFK waltzing into Logi while you had Nico just sitting in the corner and eating that pickup for seemingly free. All right, and it does look like we are going to be going back to gym and bedroom here. And we are going to see a Flores and a Capital, so it does look like INF Esports is very serious in getting that wall open as soon as possible. You do have the Bandit tricking. Keep an eye for the Flores. Does manage to catch that Flores and start trying to go out. But Bandit successfully tricked one of them at the very least. That does mean that the other one is going to go open. I don't know what happened with the other Bandit box. I wonder if they possibly bugged out. But either way, that is both or 2 out of 3 ace charges now down. And with only ace remaining, who actually just managed to take a pick on the Bombi, they are running out of hard breach options, especially Capital already using both of his. What you see is what you got. And it looks like INF will be going for a more aggressive take onto CCTV through the garage bow. And so far, they do already have someone on the bow. which is huge. That is going to be your Monty player, Luminescence. We've seen how much she can displace the defenders on Cicapadas, but they haven't really pushed up beyond that. But with how backed up INFEs for Cicapadas is, they could possibly have some room to go for a plant. But here's the problem. GNX is dead. There are no smokes to block off Cash. Not to mention, you have 3 Nitros on the board. That's Siku, Dirt, and Dano, which can possibly be a major pain for an attempted plant. But Luminescence is in position to try to go for a plant here, but not unless Exact have anything to say about it. And they go for the Nitro, but it's not going to pick up. Dropper with the shotgun does manage to take Santi. That is one less player, as Luminescence is now committed to a plant. 2 Nitros on the board, but they're not really doing much. Except going 1 Nitro below. It does catch Luminescence, but it's a little too late. The diffuser is now down, but it is a 4v2. This does allow INF Esports to back up. However, one goes down. That's going to be Ala2K's off the JFK, who is on the repel. A powerful position, but there are still 3 players on the board. This allows for options such as runouts. However, a very nice shot from JFK for a triple kill. Able to take Dano. He's going to have to go for the ace to save this. And here comes that potential runout coming from 2 directions. Here's the first one. Doesn't catch. The second one from the ace. 2 runouts. And none of them connect. JFK absolutely popping off for INF, or I'm sorry, for freaking INF Esports to hold on even longer. What an insane clutch.
What did just happen? What did just happen, my dear friends? What a good concluded plant on the diffuser, getting shut down just a little second too late with the C4. And that way, we got ourselves a one-man show only by JFK, provided by his good
Attackers
friend
need to locate and
Luminescence
defuse bombs.
with the plant. That way JFK had enough time to watch that position, watch the diffusers not being dealt with, and that way we see one more round going in the hand of INF. And what a round it was, what a comeback it was, and that one is a round that puts INF definitely back on the table, because they have shown they can come back now from any situation provided by Cicapadas. So Cicapadas need to watch themselves, because INF will and can absolutely hurt them when they think they got the round saved the most.
There's something about that Raquel that I don't know what it is. Even I've had some
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
I mean, when you get on that position post-plant, it's like you go on demon time, and there's just nothing you can do to stop that position. We saw a double run out from Garage and Stock, but it was mistimed, and the time was running out. So even if they got that pick, there was a chance they may not have been able to get that defuse in time. It was just a devastating situation for INF Esports. They lost too many players. They had to address it in the most extreme way, and even then, that didn't work. That's gotta sting mental-wise. That is an insane pickup for INF Esports to start turning this around and possibly even out the scoreboard, as they are now looking to take Basement back. And so far, they're already surrounding the place, but we've got 3 players from Cicapadas stacked over by Garage and Blue Stairs, wondering where they're going to try to push back against the setup if they choose to do so. So far, not making a move.
Not making the move, and that way we got ourselves the first minute off the board. INF quite slowly but safely in the building doing the first approach lines here, as JK Bombi is back in the oil pit, potentially able to do a back flank or a late up coverage into the garage. Now we see the hallways getting opened by these buggy drones. Away, we also have a lot of vertical plays possible, but
Attackers have
just
recovered their
need to
defuse.
look into this time schedule management a little bit there. Luminescence in under once again with the month. He did a lot of distress last time. Is he able to put in a lot of distress this time as well?
I really don't like the direction of this.
Thornton picking up the first, GNX picking up Bombi. Bombi was a crucial factor here in the back end. But JFK getting dealt with from the hatch. Ooh, also GNX quite vulnerable on the blue hatch. Luminescence getting a little bit damage here by that Goyo canister. Rafa picking up JFK, and the pace is surely adapting a little bit. It's getting higher.
Oh, this is not too good.
Attackers
40
recover the
seconds
defuse.
remaining, and this Goyo has put an absolute standstill. Goyo causing the drop stall. We still got one deep in Arsenal. They're running out of options here. They're going to have to take some kind of initiative. GNX does manage to drop a deep, tries to go for the drop. Asiko will be able to catch Alatuke. Luminescence finally making the move, trying to push up. Smokes go down, possibly looking to force a plant here, but there's the Nitro. That ain't happening. And now Luminescence has 12 HP. He's completely alone, and Dano's going to take that full brunt. In, right when Luminescence's in her face, securing that pick out for Cicapadas come out on top here. And in fact, I think that's match point.
That's match point and intended. It was a good strategic game plan here once again by INF, but Cicapadas are just able to shut those down. Being in the right positions once again, not being too greedy, being very forcefully, being a little bit laid back, just saying, okay, let them come, and as soon as they come, we will hit them where it hurts the most. On the drop, you got the sentry down in immediate after the drop.
Locate and
Got
defuse
the
as many
Capital
bombs
in the smokes, dropping safely in the smokes, you know, as the C4 comes flying by, and then you force the monkey to push you upon. That means he needs to convert his shield into a shorter version, run up on you, and down, just saying, okay, I'm not a feats guy, but I will knock him out if you need me to. And that way we got ourselves a standing of 6-4, and round 11 means match point for Cicapadas.
Here's the thing I don't understand, right? You struggle with taking that tunnel space. There wasn't even a Goyo oriented there. You know there's a Goyo on the board. Why would you run that again? Right? The whole point of attacking on basement is that you want to have multiple fronts, displace defenders, and put them in an uncomfortable position where when two of those fronts finally commit, you are so far displaced that you cannot hold those choke points any longer. Oh, that's foul. Antes, one of their hard breaches already going down so early on. But back to what I was saying, now you got a Goyo that's going to hold back over the front, forcing a funnel if you want to maintain momentum. Otherwise, you got to put a full stop into momentum. That's just not the right answer. And I think maybe that's where INF is struggling. They're just not making the right, possibly macro decision making. It just might not be in the correct direction. That could be where they're getting bit badly. But they are in gym and bedroom, which is a lot better potentially for them as long as they stand their ground when needed.
That's definitely something that we can agree on. But I'm a little bit looking into this round 11 here. As JFK, as I just wanted to mention, he's looking deadly close on Bombi. And Bombi taking the pick out of this round. And that way, regardless of equalizing frag on 4-4, the chance of INF is still living, but they need to find more solutions. They need to find these angles onto getting more pressure on here. As Dano now goes on. Cole is getting pressurized by Alatuke, but GNX just too passive as he's also getting dealt with. Dano just being too aggressive, too good in that section. And that way, I'm pretty much sure this will be game if INF don't put anything here out of the magic hat. They won't pull anything out of the magic hat, even though they got 1 minute 10 seconds left, but there's so much ground to take care of. There's so many angles that they need to watch upon. And also the positions of Cicapadas are so deadly close, and this will hurt them. Oh, Luminescence getting the first on Shorten. It's still possible, but still a lot of things that they need to hold in perspective. Also still, Dano being below with a C4 in hand on a Valkyrie with all cams still being available. This will be madness. Sicko putting on Luminescence out of his misery, and that way it's JFK alone against 3, and it's way of drop, but just finishing it out. And we got ourselves a winner in match number 4 of this evening, and this is Cicapadas with 7-4.
Wow, what a way to end it. But I mean, geez, we gotta talk about that initial entry. That couldn't have gone worse for INF Esports. Losing one of your hard breaches on a spawn peak, and then losing 2 more after failing to clear Valkyrie out. That is devastating. You do not want a rogue player, especially one that has a nitro, to not only clear 3 players on a triple carry, and I believe that was Dano if I'm not mistaken, but to be able to get that kind of impact out. These are the players that you need to do a better job of flushing out. And unfortunately for INF Esports, even though they had some star plays like we saw with JFK on that ace, it wasn't sustainable, right? It was a one-hit wonder, and they could not repeat that bottle in a magic in a bottle again. They couldn't do it, unfortunately. And Sikapatas was just looking more consistent with their coordinated aggression. And INF Esports didn't really have an answer on top of just being kind of even out with Sikapatas on the first half.
Yeah, they were even out, and they had their shining moments. But as we talked about earlier, or very often as I like to mention, it just looked like Sikapatas had one more scoop of coal in the oven more than INF had. And that way they were always a little bit ahead, as we also see in the highlights here. Multiple kills, and also how these round takeovers went in Sikapatas' hands very often. The pure aggressiveness, how quickly Sikapatas were able to turn rounds around, and also just causing the stress out of nowhere were so intensely for them. It was such a crucial point of the way of their plays, that just mocking out INF and making it so hard for them in every single aspect that they're bringing. And that way, Sikapatas was, as I told them earlier, one scoop of coal more ahead in the oven than INF. But still, a good match. Both teams did good, but it wasn't enough for this time.
And I think one thing that we can kind of pay attention to that was a big difference maker between Sikapatas and INF Esports is look at how the Intel played with their decision making, right? Sikapatas rarely made a move when they didn't have that Intel already confirmed. They played so closely to their Intel, and often they didn't really have a lot of Intel denial that they had to deal with, forcing them to go in blind. That was not the case. They had a full and complete picture of what they were dealing with and executed pretty strongly based off of that. Even when they were on defense, it was the same thing. They had a very strong information matrix. And look at how many times we've seen INF catch Sikapatas on their cams while INF was droning. They took that intel matrix very seriously and leveraged it to great extent. Meanwhile, INF had several blunders where they pushed into the fray with minimal information, and it sometimes it worked very well, added an element of surprise, but other times it just led to devastation. And we saw just that in some of those key highlights. And that was kind of the difference maker, is that information matrix and how they acted upon it. And honestly, I feel like Sikapatas was the team that played the intel game better than INF, hence them coming out on top.
Yeah, if we're just looking on the key factors of a game winning or a round winning scenario, in every single aspect, Sikapatas were ahead, except from one point, and that was the post-recovered scenarios. That is the only point where I see where IMF had a little bit being ahead of Sikapatas, because they had a more adaptation rounds where they could say, okay, we will try to win back. And they had some few moments where they won back and then lost, but also they won back around and then closed the round out. But every single other aspect, like the pre-intel, the prep, and also like the continuous gathering of intel, the adaptation into the rounds, and also the approach line is completely on the hands of Sikapatas. And that way, as we said and concluded with that, Sikapatas was always like a step ahead, and that was really what we saw. The scoreline was fairly close for that, but after all, I was really saying and looking into it that Sikapatas here definitely deserved to win, because they were a little bit ahead on multiple factors here. But so, I don't have any much more to say, and I will think we can go ahead in a little break beforehand we go into the next match.
Yeah, absolutely.
I must have went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits. I call right now if you're with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room. $1 and I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. 'Cause being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. 'Cause darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you. For you. I'm looking for you. For you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Be a pilot. Be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat. Let's get it now.
the world of champions, the journey is never easy. It's about pushing limits, overcoming obstacles, and finding strength with every heartbeat. Sometimes your goals seem impossible. But together, we shatter limits. Whatever your sport, whatever your goal, we go beyond your limits together.
And we are back with another game, and it is the last one of this evening. So we're not leaving you until that match is postponed, and that way we have ourselves again one more matchup. That means two teams, as we have seen both teams tonight. So there's one team coming back, the other team we already know for a fact because we just saw them on the clubhouse. It's Sigapatas against Project XY in the finale of this evening, and we are pumped and hyped to see how this goes. Both teams have played today. Sigapatas won 7-4, Project XY won 7-3. So close up on, good on, both teams ready. But that way, it means we also can look once more into these stats books. Sigapatas, we just talked about, they are a quite well-resumed team with the past earnings that they have gotten in this year. But I think my dear friend Piercing over there has some more information on XY that we haven't talked about when we saw them earlier.
You muted the names.
Sorry about that, folks. I'm dumb. Anyway, when it comes to these teams, right, we've seen how Sigapatas can be really firm and fast on their setup and even their initial entry clear. And this raises a little bit of concern for me for Project XY, and here's why I say that. If we look back at some of the more recent history that Project XY has had in their competitive performance, both in Qualifier Stage 1 and in Vibrant League Season 2, we see some numbers that are a little bit concerning in comparison to Sigapatas' quite impressive resume, despite the fact that Project XY has made it all the way this far, which shows they've got something to show for us. But if it's enough to overtop Sigapatas, not sure. And those stats are this, right? On April 19th, they played in Vibrant League Season 2, Qualifier 3. Their final placement was 63rd place. In Qualifier Part 4, they placed in 8th. In the group stage 3rd division, they placed 7th. And as recently as this season's stage 1 qualifier number 1, they placed in 8th, getting knocked out pretty early on. So with that history, on top of some recent roster changes, we've seen them lose Meager. Actually, 2 days ago, they lost Meager. They also lost Not King R6, who left on April 25th, and they also kicked Nervia, and that was on April 12th. So you have some very recent roster changes that have had a definite impact on their performance from what we've seen with the corresponding dates for the matchups, as April 12th losing Nervia was only less than a week before the Vibrant League Qualifier 3, and now 2 days away from now, and we see Meager gone. So I do raise some doubts in how they will do against Sikapatas, who's a bit more solidified. However, we can't deny the fact that at the end of the day, they've gotten this far, so that doesn't mean they're out of the fight whatsoever.
They're not out of the fight, but a fight means we need a map, and that way we slide over to the map buttons and look into which map we're going to. We are going to another map that we're not seeing that often, but in the present tense, we are getting it more and more. And I love the variation of maps that we're seeing in the past weeks, the past days. And that means we're going to the map of the name of Border. Border, a map that has been in Rainbow for a long, long time. It's a map there where you have many impact key factors that you need to play upon, that you need to adapt upon, and that you also need to react on. And that way we have ourselves a map that will cause a lot of chaos if teams are not provided with the right intel and also not provided with the right assets. But that way we're in the ban phase. And we got one operator falling through here. Hopefully he will recover very soon. But we are completely focusing on the map bans at first here. The first ban coming in from the side of Sigapatas. They are beginning in the defense hand side. The first operator will be Ying. Ying, we have talked about her a lot, causes a lot of distress, is also very often picked on Border for potential, I would say like fast plants. These ones are getting worse or are being denied with Ying falling through because she's a crucial impact factor for these buildups as of Project XY is now banning their first operator in the attacking side. They are beginning it, and it is the Monty. Well, that's quite surprising. The second operator, now it's nearly impossible to do fast plants because Monty is gone, and it's surprised me a little bit because Project XY is known for playing shields. They're known for that because they have Gabe, especially an operator and player who plays shields or hard breach. He's banning themselves out of the Monty. That is quite surprisingly. Mira is falling through the roster as well. Operator is recently being picked up more and more on map like Border. So very understandable. And now I'm just looking into if Sigapatas is going with a normal ban or if they're going at a targeted ban. They're going with a normal ban in the hands of Fenrir. And that way, I'm pretty much convinced that we will see a Gabe running around with a Tachanka once again, also on Border.
Wouldn't be surprised. But what I'm kind of looking to with that Monty ban is that it doesn't fundamentally fix the problem of the Archives force. And we're already seeing that. Look, you got Gabe on Blitz, and I think that's kind of what they were going for with that ban. I think that was a tactful pick because they know that Blitz is the better pick. But what are more teams comfortable with? That's right. It's Monty. So now that Montagne is now banned, this means that Sigapatas, when they go on the attack, are going to be in a more uncomfortable position of being forced to play Blitz instead of Monty. And without the proper experience, this could be an edge that Project XY can leverage against them. And we'll potentially see just that as we get started with Blitz already on the board for Armory Archives. So, ladies and gentlemen, expect an Archives push. However,
Attackers
I
need to
don't see
locate and
a
defuse bombs.
Laz on the roster, which is very commonplace alongside Spoke Spams. I do believe they have smokes on their belt. I'm not 100% sure on that, but it does look like that's the direction they'll be going for. But with three nitros on the board from Sigapatas, it's not going to come without some kind of heartache.
It will definitely not. And as we just saw recently in the match that we just had on screen here with Sigapatas against Right now, we saw that they're bringing a lot of temper. They're bringing a lot of pace, bringing a lot of pressure, and also bring a lot of utilization that is
5 seconds to
providing them
insertion.
with assets to make it a disruptive and also very stalling playset against Project
To
Black
locate
X.
a bomb and
We
defuse
have
it.
ourselves, as you just told, a lot of explosives to rock that bottom of the blitz 3 times in a row. That may be needed, so. But let's look into it. We have got ourselves the first aggressive positioning of the Azami in top east. I've never seen that type of playstyle and also approach before. The first
here we
round is
go.
coming in and Sicko getting Phoenix out of the kick as Architect picking up that equalization in that refrag immediately.
Gotta love the aggression. Never ceases to amaze me how creative these teams will get on border. But yeah, that's gonna be an extremely early pick from both sides, losing a Rooney, but also losing Lion, which means those Lion scan calls are now gone. But they do have control of East Stairs now. What's now on the playing field towards East Balcony for East Stairs on 90. Oh, spots the flare from the feed holes, but a little bit too late. That is going to be Nomad, a huge piece of their lineup now down. However, Gabe does manage to take one in turn, but no one's really in position to try to go for this res unless Gabe can put on a little bit of pressure to allow Project XY to get a res going here. But as of right now, Project XY, despite the down, is still technically up a player unless they can't get this player in time. And it looks like they will get Trinit to be able to go for that res, so that will be a player's advantage, and they will be able to maintain those nomad charges, which I think are going to be crucial for this upcoming execute.
It will potentially be as Architect is now moving forward and also Gabe is in found a position. They are gaining some key positions. They're very close on. They can put on a lot of pressure. The blitz is still up on full HP, but Bobby finding a perfect pixel here with the C4 onto Gabe. And that is definitely hurting the playstyle and also the build here of Project XY as they are now losing one of the more crucial operators here for these last pressure point pushes on the upset. Now also, the Valkyrie is coming up for Matt. It says she can't continue and she can't conclude that kill here onto Ivan as Ivan is getting even and he is killing JK Bombi. And now once more we got ourselves an adaptation also and lead in the hands of XY and also that C4 from Rafa is not finding grounds as Trinidad also picks up Shorten. He's only down now. The plant will conclude and it will go down as also the vision line and Rafa comes through and Ivan is knocking him out as XY shuts them out and gets the first round on the board, and that from the attacking perspective.
Yeah, that's a very strong round, and it shows that Cicapatas has not, unfortunately, remedied their weakness from the last game. We've seen that they struggle a lot when it comes to those final counting moments. They had a lot of difficulty in their post-plant and their execute denial, even though they had a huge advantage, which was the fact that they still had full control of armoring, right? Being able to maintain those long lines of sights makes taking archives, especially when both sides of the wall connecting archives and armory still open like that, it means that you really don't have a lot of cover to go for a plant outside of the bomb chassis, which also wasn't really an option considering Rafa was still alive and below with that nitro. We saw just that, but only after the damage was already done against Cicapatas. And this is a good turning point. If Project XY is able to maintain that pressure when it comes to execute and not let Cicapatas get too stupid like we saw very early on towards the beginning.
10 seconds remaining.
The East Stairs aggression coming from, I believe that was Seiko.
5 seconds left.
That is going to be a strong advantage for Project XY. Cicapatas will need to adapt and find a way to get more impact out of the space denial.
Definitely, there's much ground to take ground on, and also focus a little bit on that you don't get too greedy, you don't get too forcibly, because Project XY is yet a team with a resume that isn't that good telling for them, but it's still a team to be taken serious as they show on us, because they have players in their roster that are possibly good, able to come back from any situation. I just tell you, Gale 1-on-4 comeback in present last week. Danix in the last game that we had in match number 3 of this day, a 3-1 comeback with only 15 HP, with all 3 opponents being full H'd. They're possible to come in from any situation, and so Project XY is to take it very seriously. And these back roams aren't hurting. They're putting pressure. They are forcing these back roams as Shoreline has been shut down. And also we have gained East control fully by Project XY.
Sure, way overextended there. They knew that they like to play blitz, and having one in a position like that, especially coupled with the fact they had minimal presence down by ground floor, lobby means that you are in a world of hurt. This is one of those situations where, as the defenders, you need to play closer together, and that just didn't happen. Oh, but a major run out coming in, able to take out Gabe. That's going to warmer down enough for a refrag. Not going to be quite enough, as that does mean that Secret Patterson will be at a player disadvantage. However, that shield player does help quite a bit, as they do like to play their shields. We're going to see Mark be able to get rid of Siku as well, and that's just going to deepen the hole for Sika Pattis. They are not getting the impact that they are going to need when it comes to the setup. Denial, but you do see Dano get tried with a little bit of hope for them, but still in a bit of a precarious situation unless they find a way to repel these stunts.
But just look at Donald. Donald's completely trapped, and he will have to swing out of that position, and he will withdraw, and he will fall through, as also Architect is putting up Rafa in a misery, and there are pressure points not only being set, but they're completely being pressurized through the face game plans of Sigapatas. They've been getting shut down once again with pure force by Project XY, not even letting them getting a single ass chance on swinging out and putting out one bullet through that barrel.
Exactly what I expected Sikapatis to do on their attack is what Project XY is doing, which is a very surprising development here, as I was expecting with Sikapatis and their ability to play together so well that they would thrive on a map like Border, considering how dynamic it is, the crossfires, and the myriad of options and the tight spaces can really put Project XY on a lot of pressure at every turn. But instead, we're seeing them play alone and cornering themselves again and again and again. And you can't do that. When you corner yourself on Border, you're admitting defeat at that point. And even with the amount of nitros they're bringing to the board and impacts and runouts, it's not doing them enough. They have to find a way to work together to get themselves out of these rock and hard place positions. Because right now, they're just jamming themselves with a massive boulder on their arm, and the only way to get out is by chewing their arm off. And they are chewing too much, the foot loss is becoming too much, and they're losing in turn. This is a development that I wasn't really expecting, and Project XY is taking full advantage of that at this point.
And also, one more thing we talked about, when you have a teams with many roster changes privately and very early on in the past few weeks, it only takes a lot of time to rebuild and also reassure yourself that you're in a building and also playing as a unit, not single players, but playing as a unit, as a team. And the key factor is here, Architect came in for this match. He wasn't playing the match earlier today. That was blunted, and you see Architect is feeling completely comfortable in this situation. In 4 rounds, he's putting on 4 kills, means a 2-kill ratio per round. And that is also a crucial point here for Project XY, that you have a teammate swapping in, and immediately he's in the zone, he's focused and ready. And that is also one of the big things that you need to look upon. When one guy of your team is falling through roster, doesn't have much more time left, you need to find the right substitute to fit in his place, and Architect just fit it in quite perfectly in that scenario.
Oh, look at this. This is one line of sight away from being a tragedy. You've got Siku holding bottom metal stairs, and you've got another one. That's Ivan holding so close. Just one piece of information from Project XY. Siku will change this, but there it is. The wall finally gets busted open, and Ivan will be able to catch one. That's going to be another straight that manages to take Bombi. Church going down in turn. Just one little bit of momentum from Project XY, and Sikapatis takes the burn for the worse, as they have not secured a single player, but instead losing effectively 3 players in turn. Tries to deny Armory, spots himself out. Dano gonna have to back up, and now we're seeing a situation where Sikapatis is badly hurting here. Now we're going to see the demo finally coming into effect, trying to isolate these players, but it's not going too well, as Rafa will be able to take Ivan. Neither of the rest is going down. It looks like Shirt will be out for the count. due to that timeline. So far, the Arc not being revived either. 50 seconds remaining. We do see both of these players are, for the most part, back on site. Vertical established, but there's no one really to leverage that vertical. With 40 seconds remaining, they gotta get a move on, transitioning back onto the first floor, which they have yet to do. And that makes me wonder how this will turn out. You still got Mute with the Nitro on the board, priming that, and you've got where
Drop
the
the bomb
direction
diffuser.
pushes. And there it
that is
is,
the fuse
Rafa
down.
with the double to take down. And that is going to be the fuse down. Like you said, that is a massive turnaround.
15
But
seconds
now
to go.
Gabe is able to take Rafa with 13 seconds. They're going to have to funnel onto site.
10
They ran out of time.
Attackers have
Fuser
recovered.
Not in hand. Back in hand. Gotta make the move.
5 seconds to go.
Let's manage to get it down. They still haven't gone for the play yet. Another for the twang, and that's going to be Trinity to take it at the last second for Project Y to secure another round. And right as that happens, see a disconnect.
And that right of the moment, we're now using the time that we have on this break caused by a game crash. We have the legendary words in Siege competition. 20 seconds, what do you do? This time, you don't have the diffuser in hand. And what is the one and only answer what you do when you don't have the diffuser in hand and time is running away, my dear co-caster Piercing? What is the only thing that you can do when you don't have the diffuser in hand?
You go for the kill. And that's exactly what they did. Although, granted, they did eventually end up grabbing the diffuser down the line, but they were really strapped for time, and especially losing a player onto the rotate, trying to contest the bathroom player, effectively means that if they try to go for the plant, and let's say that other player went down in turn, that's a very dangerous situation. And why take that risk when you know where the last player is, you know he's stuck in a corner, and you both swing him? And that's exactly what we saw there. Although it was a little bit staggered, so there was still potential, especially if Rafa won that fight, but he didn't. And honestly, I would say that was a much safer option, because when you're strapped to time, defusing becomes even more dangerous. When it comes down to those last 15 seconds, you really, especially from that distance, you become extremely predictable, and you end up having to sprint quite a lot, and that just leaves so much room for devastation. And honestly, when you know where the last person is, when you've got one person staggered ahead, you might as well take that fight. And that is great shot calling in those crucial last moments for Project XY. But it does lead me to wonder, what is Sikapatas' plan here? Because they're getting slammed on the execute. We've seen that twice now, and they're even getting flushed out on the space now. They really just aren't holding their space, and it doesn't seem like they're the same team that we saw last time or earlier. And it just makes me wonder what's going on. They did so well against INF, and now this is just a completely different team on this map. I don't know if it's inexperience. I don't know if there's a mental glitch, but something's happening, and Sikapatas is not better for it.
I think one of the things here that are hitting completely on the heads of Sikapatas here is that they brought a lot of pace, a lot of pressure, and a lot of aggressiveness against INF, and it worked so good for them that they had like a good feeling about themselves, had a good feeling in the map, in the round. But now, as the momentum switched completely, as Project XY has turned them off 3 times in a row, with one round closer than the other, and just every single time being one step ahead in these final last build-ups and last approach lines. And that thing is completely hurting Sikapatas. They're not playing freely at all. It looks like they're a little bit scared for these last interrogation with just committing in these gunfights. They're not close enough. They're maybe not hearing the right sounds, but they're not straight ahead of themselves. And Project XY is just using and abusing that out cold. And the way they're still in the lead of 3-0 is a pure menace, because if you just think about it, Project XY is in the attacking line. Yes, it is a map where it's quite based on if you're going in defense or in the attack first. But running away 3-0 here from the beginning against Sikapatas with a team like them, a team that we just saw completely annihilating every single nook and inch of the clubhouse, we were not aware of this happening. But look on the pure force that's coming in here. Look how close and how fast it's going. But also the interrogation here with the blitz, putting down bullets. Also there's Sicko.
Right now they're kind of playing a little bit alone, and there it is. That kind of coming to consequences. The Nitro goes out. Good coordination from Sikapatas, but Gonna get caught out by one. Bomb playing from that small office. That's one. Now before Seiko gets that one turn not before taking one of their own. And despite that, we will now finally see that Cicapatas actually has the advantage here. They are one up versus Trinit and Ivan, who are the last two. And so far, they are still down by the pace of 4, which is proximal to site. Well, actually, so far they're pretty badly split up. But this is an interesting turn of events. They weren't able really to get the space that they were looking for, and they're pretty badly scattered right now. But it does seem like Cicapatas might not exactly have the information on where these players are. So we are starting to see a fallback close to site. Legion Mine going off. Going to give a little bit of information to Ping as well, but so far, a severe slowdown for Project XY. A dramatic shift from what we've seen in the past.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to refine or just reevaluate the situation and just think of the best way of the approach that they possibly can bring. As Jiggy Bomb is nearly getting dealt with as he's been spotted out. And that is still a close game. There's not much grounds here. As Trinit picks up Bombi and then equalizing it into a 2-on-2 situation. Yes, 20 seconds left on the clock once again. We have seen Project XY is so good in temper of these late second rounds. But they need to conclude into the spot. They need to roam free and through. And this is the short lines that shorten and also are pre-aiming. And that way, we got ourselves the first round in the hands of the tier team of Cicapatas, and we're going in with a 3-1 into round number 5. Finally, Cicapatas on the table, on the board, but there's still so much to take granted and dealt with of grounds.
Yeah, and here's the thing, though. Usually you have a 2-1 rotation when it comes to attacking versus defending. You win, or you typically on defense, you win Armory and Archives, and then you kind of struggle on those first 4 sites. And that's usually the 2 attack rounds that you maintain. That's generally what the trend is. But right now, Project XY has taken a full rotation. And rather than Cicapatas being on the losing front here, they're on the winning front, which is a little bit of a twist in how these round wins kind of come into play as far as attackers and defenders. It kind of shows that they are trailing behind as far as their adaptability, and it kind of puts me to still wonder how sustainable this is going to be, because they still kind of went in the same direction, same momentum as they have in the past, but the difference was, in my opinion, they played much closer together. We saw the Archives, we saw the small office, as well as metal stairs positions, the nitro from below. This was a much different team than what we have seen in the past of this game so far, with much closer coordination, and that put a devastating blow on Project XY. This is what they need to keep doing, and if they can sustain that, they might be able to come back and even this out. Otherwise, it could have just been a one-off instance, and you could see more bloodshed for them.
A lucky punch is always to be hit and also to be granted to every single team and every single map here in Rainbow Six competition. But they need to find more adaptation ways and also bring more adaptations and also seize through and seeing the right moments of being aggressive. And that way they got dealt with Trinit as he finds 1 kill, but also Gabe now kills up Charlton. And now we have the 2 guys nearly dealt with that fixed out the round for Cicapatas in round number 4. Main advantage still once again in the hands of XY, as also now JK Bombi is falling through loss against Ivan, and Sicko is down to 33 health. We have 4 guys in the hands of Project XY on full HP. Rafa fixing down Ivan, Gabe fixing Sicko, and so Rafa alone, and he is below. Yes, there's a 3 ping possible. Will there be a C4 throw? The C4 throw is coming in. He is too late. It took too long time as Architect is on side, putting down the diffuser on hard ground. There's no more C4 into the hands and into the boards. Ralph taking out Gabe. That is a crucial and then unnecessary improvisation of Gabe as he's falling through with a blitz that could have been the key keeper for this round. Ralph against 2. Every single thing's still possible, but he is running out of time. Only got more than 20 seconds, 15 seconds left to go for the kills and to the defuse. But the Renix is on position, and annihilating Rafa on first
Wow,
approach.
what a cross.
As we see ourselves another round win back into the hands of Project XY. We're going into round number 6 now with a 4-1 lead. And every single thing placed here now. Even though it will be a 5-1 or 4-2, Project XY will be definitely happy with the first half. And I'm pretty sure Sigapatas won't be at all.
Oh, no, they can't be. And they're making the same mistakes. This is what we were talking about. And here's the problem, right? Blitz is one of those operators where if you have people just kind of running around doing their own thing, Blitz is so good at punishing
Defenders, protect your bombs
rogue
from being
roamers.
defused by
And
attackers.
Sigapatas' almost entire composition consists of just that. We've discussed time and time again how Sigapatas needs to get their coordination and their team play up and at them if they want to be able to match up Project XY. They did it for only one round, and then they went back to the status quo. The status quo isn't working. No matter how you persist your composition, no matter how you keep up, that persistence doesn't matter when you still have the same
10 seconds
flaw
remaining.
of a lack of team coherence. It doesn't
5
really
seconds
make a
left before
difference.
insertion.
And that's exactly what we're witnessing here. We're not seeing a proper
Attacker's objective is to
coordinated
locate a bomb.
counterattack. Their counterattack is mainly just swinging and hoping for the best. And I would honestly expect better from Sigapatas, and it's just not happening. This is allowing Project XY to just steamroll them. But so far, there could be a possible turn in direction. They do take out the Blitz flare off the rip, which is a huge piece of relief for Sigapatas. But I can't say confidently if that is going to sustain for the rest of the round.
As Trinid also now immediately once again refrags and gets a frag onto the board of Project XY. We got ourselves again an equalization in man count. Yes, Ivan also have been dealt a lot of damage here in the run-out of Dano. This game fall through the roster is a little bit unfortunate with the Blitz player again lost and out of the way. Is a crucial operator for Project XY's build-ups and also for these pressurizing set points that they're always doing. But as we just want to go back a little bit into this talking about this matchup as Ivan takes us Dano. Now once again Project XY's in the lead of man count, turning completely around the round again. I got the feeling of the last matches we had that Sigapatas won with the pressurizing point, with the aggressiveness, with the pace that they sat, is now completely turned against them because Project XY is doing the things that Sigapata did to their opponents in INF on Clubhouse. I don't know how this happened, if they're just lost of energy or if just Project XY is having their prime day, but this is a hard challenge for Sigapata. They're struggling way ahead.
Yeah, no, this has been very rough, and I think we're going to see one of those plays again where they do their own thing, and that's going to be sure result in them losing that evening out. This is what needs to stop. You got to get real and knock that kind of behavior off. And look how badly split up Bombi and Rafa are on two opposite sides of the site.
Attackers
and with
recover
3
the
players
diffuser.
remaining, 3 flashes, 2 nades,
Attackers have located
Project
a bomb.
XY has everything on their kit, as well as intel that is still available. 3 drones still on the board. This is going to make for a tough situation. Again, why are you swinging that alone? Play together, please. Oh, man, Project XY, they just keep eating these up. No problem at all. And here we go. Now it's for the final chance to try to save this. They are both funneled. That is an opportunity. He does get it down.
Attackers.
Nades are stuck in the corner. Staying a bit of damage. Holding close to the shotgun. 4 seconds remaining. This is the opportunity to save it, but he can't. And Trinity will back it up and throw Rafa out of the round. And that means that they are now at a 5-1 situation. This is not where you want to be on the attack.
I'm just speechless because as I talked about earlier, when Sigapatas won, it always felt like they were one scoop of coal more in the oven ahead than the other team because they had so much tempo, they had so much aggressiveness. But this time here, they're doing so many flaws. Again, yes, you have one guy crawling on the floor
Defenders, protect
being
your
live
bombs from
intel.
being
But
by
why
attackers.
do you abuse the time that you have in a shotgun to kill that guy, to repump the next bullet?
Attackers have discovered the
You
location
Trin
of
the
a bomb.
perfect time. He knows for a fact that you're standing on top of the fountain and he just needs to swing you. And Trinit has shown he doesn't need many bullets to run you through and run you over. And once again, Sigapad is going for an unnecessary kill on the down operator, not focusing on the guy that will swing you because he needs to swing you, because that is the second and the moment where he knows for a fact where you're coming from, where you're aiming at.
10 seconds
And you're
remaining.
getting annihilated once again. 5-1 to Sigopatas.
5 seconds left.
I don't want to be unfair here, but it's to their resume that they had so far. They
Attackers
stand here.
objective
This score is a
the bomb.
disgrace.
Yeah, this is not the Sigopatas that we saw earlier. And I'm telling you, it's got to be an inexperienced kind of thing, because there's no way that you're having this many problems like this. But then again, Kappa does see the early pick onto Dex, which is a potentially promising start. But I do wonder if Project XY is going to be running the same kind of loose cannon playstyle that we saw from Sigopatas, which I would say they are better at countering on their attacks, because they are on their strength. This is their strong suit. So there is definitely opportunity for comeback, especially if Project XY continues to make the same mistakes. And there it is. We see Trinit going down to Jano. A lot of heavy presence towards Archives already, and we've just gotten started.
They're just getting started. As of now, Sigopatas is back on the board, bringing what they brought their best at on Clubhouse. And now it's really much of just seeing if Project XY can withstand or withhold. As of now, it doesn't look good for them. With us seeing Sigapata on the right-hand side here, putting pressure, being able to find these angles, finding vision lines onto the opponents, making it hard, making it rough. Now also, these Bees are coming in. Shorten is getting the kill onto Gabe. Gabe finds down an Architect, finds Shorten, but Architect won't find JK Bumpy as we're seeing the rescheduling begin. This comeback could potentially begin here and now as we see Sigapata securing their second round win. That in closing on 5-2. There's still 3 rounds ahead in the hands of Project XY. But they don't need to come and rest on those leads, because Sigopatas could potentially run you back and run you over if you're too passive.
Is there something that I'm missing about Border? Has something changed under my nose that I'm not aware of? Because Project XY is making the exact same mistakes that
Attackers need to
Sigopatas is
locate
doing.
and
But here's
defuse
the
bombs.
thing. Sigopatas is deadly on attack. We know this. And I was expecting to see something good on their end once they went on the attack, unless it truly was an inexperienced Border. So I don't know what is going on with defending this map, but it just seems to not be going in the right direction for either of these teams. And when you've got a team like Sigopatas who really has their attack down, that 1-round win on defense honestly could be just enough when Project XY goes down the same route as Sigopatas
10
did
seconds
on
to go.
their
Bomb
defense.
located by
That's
attackers.
to keep troubling the trend. And honestly,
seconds
I
left for
really
more
don't have an
insertion.
answer for why that's even a thing, of just
Attackers are
kind of
heading out to
going
defuse a
alone,
bomb.
swinging your own thing, doing your own thing, trying to be, or what I like to call individualism syndrome on defense. I really don't know where this is coming from, but it's not doing either of these teams either good. But unfortunately for Project XY, Sigopatas is honestly, in my opinion, probably going to be the better attacker from their experience.
I'm pretty unsure. I'm a little bit back lane here for this round number 8, because now it's finally seeing, okay, XY has known now for a fact the way and adaptation way play style from Sigopatas. They're also bringing a lot of aggressive, also doing a lot of pressure work here. And I'm just looking into it and just wanting to see if Project XY is playing a little bit more laid back now, a little bit more with back holding, or if they're going in face frontal again, if they're saying we'll bring back some back force. Because I don't see Project XY being over aggressive, being over peaking as Sigopatas was, because they're having everything in their hands from the moment as Architect is shutting down JK Bombi. Dano coming in, putting the Architect. Drenix is putting down Dano for the refrags. There's no ground being taken. There's no ground being withdrawn so easily. Gabe is on the low end. Gabe is fixing Sicko. Trinit is taking Shorten. And that way, this round is falling apart.
No.
But don't be over-aggressive now as Rafa is jumping out. He's on the run. Trinit is taking the kill. But there's 1 HP left, and Drenix is about to run out and taking out Rafa once again. And now we have ourselves a 6-2. 6-2 standing. We are back. Finally, the first round back in the hands of the defenders. Like a long term it took to get that round back. And now we are on to the timeout. That timeout comes from Project XY. It is to just breathe through. Just maybe declare and say it together. We are not being over-aggressive now. We have the key points. We have 6 match point rounds, potentially, if we need them so. But let's focus on. Don't let us get cocky. Don't get over peaky. Don't do unnecessary things. Be focused. Be the same team that we have been the past rounds if we have won. Because Psychopaths are in for a very harsh and hard run to come back against Project XY.
And here's the important reason for this timeout. It might seem a little odd for the team on match point to call a timeout, but this is a very deliberate strategy from Project XY, and I have encouraged this behavior for a long time, and I'm honestly so impressed that they went for this. Fundamentally, what you are looking at is they recognize that their best site for defending is now out of the question, and first floor sites are much more doable, and Psychopaths is notorious for the momentum that they can build on their attack. Once they get it ramped up, they are the ones who take charge. By
Attackers
calling
need
a
to locate
timeout,
and defuse
they are trying to
bombs.
stamp out what little momentum that Psychopaths has on their attack up to this point in the hopes that they can outright close this game out for good. Because once they get a lead, it gets ugly. And that's where they call the timeout. What better time to do that than now? Because once Psychopaths builds up, it's going to get out of control, and you're going to be quickly looking at an overtime situation before you even know it. So, honestly, a beautiful call. I don't even think there's really much that they need to discuss. It's just about ensuring that Psychopaths is at ground
10 seconds
zero
left.
for momentum.
Absolutely. It is just as
5
you mentioned,
seconds
and I'm completely agreeing. They need to be at ground zero, completely taking their earthing.
Attackers are moving
and
out to
together
locate
as
bomb
a team.
and
You don't really communicate much more than saying, okay, let's focus up. Don't be too harsh or be too greedy, and we will take this thing home. There's only one more round that takes it from them. Project XY will have 4 match points to declare themselves champions of this qualifier day. But Rafa picking up the first on Ivan, picking up the opening frag as both Rafa and Dano has been dealt a lot of damage. As Drenix is refragging, equalizing very early and quickly on.
Here's Nitro coming out from Dead, being able to take Dano out. That is going to be the Blackbeard. Why would you have a Blackbeard? That's a whole separate conversation for another time. But that is going to mean we're back to 4v4. And so far, they still haven't made much building presence beyond what we saw below. Trinity to be able to bomb me, but not for sure able to catch Gabe. Now,
Bomb located by
3v3, numbers rapidly dwindling down before we've even gotten that far in. And almost getting caught. Archives does manage to fall back and recover with a full heal. And they're still struggling with this clear above, as you still have Trinit holding his ground. But there's still a lot of time to go for Psychopaths to get rid of Trinit. But they don't really have a proper cross. It does look like it has fully fallen back onto site. So that opportunity is gone. Now it's time for vertical. You have shirt on your belt. Now you want to get that damage in. But here's the problem. You've got debt all the way into security, and you don't have any eyes on this player. And we've seen how deadly this power position can be when Psychopaths leveraged that against Project XY when they were attacking, or when Project XY was attacking Tellers. And we could see a similar fate here.
We could. But we really need to see and focus in. It's a little bit less than a minute left. And we have ourselves 3 full HP guys in the hands of Project XY. But now one's getting dealt with from above by Cycle being able to find through these bullet holes and these vertical angles. But it's Drenix and Trinit left. Jordan also finds Drenix. Now we have Trinit. Trinit has clutched 1v3 scenarios before. Can he do another one tonight?
If he wants to close this match out, he's going to have to. That was a huge loss, getting rid of that. The Nitro being out as well. They've lost that Nitro a while back, but now they're going to have to push through a myriad of potential crossfires as this diffuser is going to go down. But Trinit already making a strong start. Manages to catch one. Can't catch the bolt from Rafa. That is going to be a trouble point, as well as the vertical from above. Zigopatis has himself well solidified to contest this, but looks like Trinit might
Defenders have eyes on the diffuser. Attackers need to protect.
Diffuser. Flash goes out. Now Spotwood above. Manages to take the pick. Knows the last one's going to be outside window. Could possibly go for run out. Tries to go for defuse, but it's not going to pay off as Rafa will be right behind the trail. Zigopatis is still on the board for now. Like that timeout did not succeed, unfortunately, for for Project XY here, which means that they are still going to be on a struggle to close this round out. And that means Zigopatis now has momentum, which was sorely needed. Their coordinated initial entry did them so well. And this is what I'd argue they need to keep up.
They need to keep up, but they still need to focus in. Yes, you found another round to conclude a little bit more into the standings, and you closed upon a lead of 4 points into 3 points again. We've had this scenario before, and it concluded with Project XY adapting a little bit on their playset and immediately getting a round win back. They only need one more round to win. They're still on that meta that they're having match point, and that means for a fact that they're having 3 more attempts to close this round out before it's heading to overtime. No one here wants it to head to overtime in the hands of Project XY, as also the chat is mainly for Project XY. But there's still a lot of grounds to taken care of. There's one more round that Project XY needs to get onto the table, and there's a lot of work that they need to put in there. Zigopatis look very good. They shuttered it down. Project XY had the more passive, better positions, but they were lurking a little bit too much. They were a little bit too passive in that scenario to make Zigopatis able to find them from above and knocking them out. And that remembered me into the match that we had on Clubhouse with Zigopatis. Every single time when INF began to be too passive, immediately they're hurting themselves. And that way, Zigopatis adapted on that, found the lurking players, shutted them down, won another round. And Project XY just really needs to figure out a way of being passive, but not too passive, being a little bit on the move to not be taking from above.
Yeah, no, I mean, that passiveness is really what's going to be the bane for, honestly, for Project XY if they cannot get a grip on denying Zigopatis, because right now their golden ticket is going to be that initial entry, as they were able to really put the sting right out the gate, and that just kind of sent them scrambling. This is a pattern that you don't want to uphold when you're going for first floor, because you really can't afford to play it passive. It's way too open. There's too many options, and without the proper utility to accommodate that sort of play style, which Project XY doesn't really have, except for maybe Ivan and Det with the Goyo and the Castle. Could try to funnel out Zigopatis, who has been a little weak on their coordination up to this point, and that is kind of I would see that as a doubling down in a sense, to try to force them into funneling themselves and maybe even getting some additional punishment out of that. So that's something to keep an eye out for, is that time stall in the funnel. Those could be some big players in potentially getting a player count advantage and hurting the initial entry.
It could definitely, but there's so many things to keep in perspective here. So I would just say let's focus upon this round number 10. There will be one more time a pause. Who will get the first entries on the opponents? Who sees things through the fastest? Who will land the first bullets onto the opponent? as time is ticking away, the time runs for Project XY. Every single second running down here. The nade coming in close. Gabe needs to retreat from his position, but still in a good position to deal time. Dano taking out Ivan. That's the biggest opening pick yet so far in round number 10. It's important for Superpowers that they don't lose their ground so early now, as Gabe is refragging Rafa. And also Shorten is being very much dealt with a lot of damage present. But also Gabe is now being dealt with, and he's going down onto the boards.
Whoa. They overstayed your welcome just a little bit, didn't you, Gabe? That is going to be a down. It does look like they have the confirmation on that to secure that kill. They will be able to do that. There's not a proper support to be able to back up Gabe, so that pick will go down. We do have Trinit playing a little aggressive below, as well as Arc with the Nitro. Going to be able to take Shirt out. Now 3v3 damage done on the entry. Still an even split, being anyone's round at this point, but they do have the vertical. This is the opportunity to start or hitting where it hurts, especially with all of the information they've got below on where these players are hiding. Start to see just that, and that's gonna go, and that's gonna be Doc going down. JK Bombi able to catch Brennan now with 3v2 vertical, really causing a bit of a strain for Project XY now that it has been solidified. 30 seconds to go. Wants to catch another, does manage to see him. Gets that pick as well for a double kill. Flash going out. Now the diffuser
Attackers activating the diffuser.
That is going to be a diffuser planted.
Defenders have eyes on the
trying to get
diffuser.
some kind
Attackers
of
need to protect it.
momentum back here. Does manage to catch Dano, but still has 2 players above that he has to flush out in order to win this round. Goes for the impact. Tries to fake the diffuser a little bit. Trying to bait out some kind of vertical swing here, but the intel going out, the shot exposing himself. JK Bombi will be able to take that as well for a triple kill. This vertical, whew, it is killing Project XY right now.
Once again, they had a long-term top floor control in their behalf and also stealing a lot of time. But once again, as soon as they lose the top floor control, Psychopathus immediately goes into the formation and saying, okay, let's open up the floor and get some vertical control. And then and by that time, it is too late for Team XY to rotate out. Yes, you had 2 guys out already, but the Doc going down on side with Trinit is such a hurting factor. Then together alongside, you also have Dretnik staying way too close to the wall as he's going crossing the doorway, also crossing the door canister. Bombi just needs to pre-fire through, and he is also falling through the wall. So that is a little bit too easy, a little bit too unnecessarily played. But now the rotation is through, and they have themselves 2 attempts on the spot that they just won in good hands. In that way, I am positively ejected for Project XY that they have good chances to close out here, but they need to focus, they need to straighten up, because Psychopathus are gaining momentum. They have won 2 rounds in a sequel, and they will not stop
10 seconds left
in this round either.
No, and the big problem right now is the vertical is just absolutely killing them. And that's kind of where the bulk of the problem is. They just can't handle the vert. Yes, they have a good fighting chance when it comes to the initial entry denial, but the second that second floor space is established, they just get clobbered, and they can't really spread out to be able to counter that. They haven't been successful in holding areas such as security to be able to counter that. It just hasn't gone in their favor. And speaking of things not going in their favor, we're already seeing Gabe going down so early into the round. That's active utility. Legion now off the table. We're seeing Ivan with the clash. Yet again, we've seen how well that worked against Psychopathus, who was extremely funneled with little to no backup towards their back end. We could potentially witness that yet again. And they going out on the flash, but not going to be able to connect. Line scans going out. They are really committed towards this presence on the Armory. They do have one holding a bit further back, but they just cannot get rid of Ivan, and they have stalled this wall for so long. However, Psychopathus is a lot more spread out here. They've got one towards window. He is going out. This is a much better position for Psychopathus than what we saw the last time that they were on this site.
But still, there's been run down a lot of the clock so far, as also we got ourselves a kite being available down below, and that is also holding a good angle for that last hand, the second and angle that could hurt a lot here. As soon as nearly getting dealt with, he is crouching down to save himself. So very in the split last second as Dano is coming in from Archives, as Architect is trying to put on some pressure there, but Dano is going away and leaving. Drenix is finding Sicko as we are back on the equalizing 4-4 standing, and it is only one more minute to go. Time runs down, and time runs against Psychopaths.
That's a huge loss for Psychopaths. Dano now down. They needed Dano in order to create space. Now they are completely funneled towards Armory with not a lot of options for recourse. 47 seconds remaining, and they still have not pushed past the breach yet. They needed somebody to displace position, and they don't have that option anymore. You got J&K Bombi looking to go for a rotate, but so far, not, or that might not be soon enough, as they're now down to 30 seconds. They finally do get that Archives player, but you still got someone not letting up on that position, and that's going to be Trinit waiting for that player. They got the intel. Oh, but here comes the full rotate towards Office, and there's the opening. Start able to take Trinit. This could be the rotation that they need to be able to pick up this round, and we see the back-to-back pick. Dead, still holding on for dear life with a 2K. 8 seconds remaining, no nitro in hand. He's gonna have to fight them as they try to go with this plan here. Right now, looking for the pick. We see Rafa Rotten behind, going for the diffuser, tries to take the fight, but he can't make it, as JK Bombing will be able to save the round for, why can I not say their name? Psychopaths, as they will now still be on the running for overtime.
Running for overtime, they had, we talked about it 3 rounds ago, they had 4 match point rounds. 3 of them annihilated by Psychopaths, as they are gaining momentum, and they're gaining momentum in the wrong position in the thoughts of Project XY. As XY, I'm sorry to say, but you're falling off. You're doing flaws. You're making yourself hurting, and it's unnecessary for your
Attackers
own.
need to locate and defuse
You
bombs.
can't change it. The standing now is 6-5, and Psychopaths is looking for one more annihilation of match point to close in, and saying we are granting ourselves overtime, as Project XY now needs to do full focus and lean on every single square drop of percentage of blood and sweat and tears into this round to just say we're not going to overtime. We are taking this win home sooner or later.
Yeah, no, they have been slowly but surely creeping their way back,
left.
and they can't go back to first floor. They don't really have an option for that at this
5
point,
seconds
considering how disastrously the vertical has gone for them. They're gonna have
Attackers
to
are moving
commit
to
to
defuse the
this
bomb.
hold, and it does look like they have a pre-place here, which could come into play later on as they try to take control of CCTV, which they have done quite well, I will say. That is an opportunity for them to potentially try to retaliate against this front. But honestly, I don't think that's the direction that Psychopaths is going for. I think they're going to try to close out this overtime with a bang, considering the positioning that we have with Finka, Capital, Line. They might just try to full send it into Archives, which they could potentially afford. 2 nitros on the board that could easily be drained, considering only one of them is on the board, one currently pre-placed.
Gabe is in such a troubled position, and he needs to be recovered or be helped with any type of assets, because if he's falling through the roster once again, you're losing crucial key positions way too early, and he's being dealt with by Shorten, as Gabe is now being dealt with. Psychopaths have gotten control of CCTV. They are in the main factor of having man count, and now we are in the hot phase. It is 100 seconds left. Does it count in overtime, these 100 seconds, or does it bring in the bells of a winning Project XY?
Hard to say, but from what we're seeing so far, it's not looking too good for Project XY, as Psychopaths is running the exact same composition, and despite that, they've already lost a player. We can likely predict that same rotation, but keep in mind, there is nothing stopping Psychopaths from doing that exact same thing. There's no Malusi's, there's no slows, nothing. What you see is what you got, and it's, for the most part, manpower. Trinit going to be sustaining massive damage, but King Doc will be able to get that kill back up. Lions Scan's going through the fire as well. Looks like he might try to full send this, but Trinit will be able to take Bobby onto the breach. You still got one on the rappel. That's going to be Dano getting off of that position, possibly looking to reassert some kind of hold. Arc going to take Seiko as well. And it looks like they are really getting the results that they're looking for, as they haven't really went for much of a rotate quite yet. They've already sustained 2 major losses, Lion and Thatcher. What they've got on the wall is what they got, but it's not going to be really enough for them to execute in that direction. They're forced to go off this. We're already seeing that, but Ivan is on top of it, already stalled with that shield. We've seen how Zigopatis struggles to deal with that operator. I think we'll continue to see just that in a moment.
Now we got Trinit locked down in a position that he can't prevent from anymore. And now he will get some help by Architect as he's putting around, but Dano is taking out Trinit. And now we are in the positions. Nix is coming from behind, picking out Shorten. Dano taking Architect. Dano is taking even. And he is falling away. He is withdrawing his position. It's a tactical runaway. And that runaway gets themselves the win. And what the hell did we witness? Project XY is the crowning champs of Qualifier Day 3, as they are having a tactical runaway to secure the win in round number 12. What a round it has been, and so close, but still denied the round win in the finale day of qualifiers in the hands of Zigopatis. You came so close, but fell so short. Oh my god, what did we witness?
That was such a close matchup, but what we saw there was just running out of time. We got a little glimpse of that problem the last time they tried to run towards office, but they were able to catch Project XY so badly off guard that it didn't matter, but this time that was not the case. And the problem was they had an even stronger indicator that this was going to be an impending rotation, not only just off of prior history, but also based on the fact that there was just, they couldn't really go through that breach. They didn't get the wall fully open, and that door was just a death spiral waiting to happen. They were forced to rotate, and they had stuck to those positions towards Armory for a little bit too long. That was kind of the selling point. And we even saw just how that came into effect. Dano laying out massive damage onto the last surviving player, but couldn't finish the job as the information wasn't quite there and just couldn't really deal those final blows, especially going prone. It was just a very close situation, and time just was really what sealed the deal, despite that rotate having great impact thanks to Dano getting crucial picks. But when you are down for the count like that, it really doesn't matter, unfortunately. And Zigopatis, that was one creeping problem, and it ended up just proving too much. A very surprising turn, considering Zigopatis' past history from the game that we've seen before this one, where they really took their win in strides. Not this time.
Not this time, definitely not this time. But it was close enough for them. They've gained a lot of points. They may not be happy with the outcome in the end because they were so close to getting the overtime, and if they would have gotten an overtime, I'm pretty sure and I'm pretty convinced that they may have gotten the upper hand then, and they would have brought that win for themselves. But it is a tactical shooter, and tactical position withdrawals and also just being passive is more likely normal. And so that way we're just saying GG, well played to both teams. GG for the outcome of Project XY gaining the most points possible on this play day, on this qualifier day. And if you're just looking into these last highlights, there are so much good things happening. There are so many good scenarios that we have seen this match. Both teams very professional, very good, friendly, saying GG well played. Both teams put in every single thing that they got, every square inch, did the best they could with one outcome, and it means Trinit back on MVP position, the second time of the day when we saw the matches of XY, and is such a good player in that roster. It's such a good team that has developed in these past weeks, and I'm pretty hyped to see what we will have in charge.
Into the near future, but one thing I do want to kind of talk about very briefly is the vertical. The vertical from Project XY on their attack was so good, and it did, or I'm sorry, I think that was Cicapatas, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, the vertical was just really what gave them the edge for that powerful comeback. If they could have just taken Armory one more time, that would have been all they needed. But I mean, you can only run Armory so many times until eventually you're going to lose it on defense or on the attack. And unfortunately for them, that is exactly what happened. But I mean, it cannot be overstated that that could have, if they played first floor again in a double overtime, let's say they were on attack, it definitely could have been a winnable situation. But if they were on the defense, well, I don't know. We might have seen the same fate, but we'll never know, as Cicapatas just couldn't close the gap. Although they were still extremely close. Just didn't happen.
Didn't happen. But I think we will take a quick break, resume the last handing stats, and maybe we shall see each other back either with the standings of the day, with all matches now being concluded. We will just reschedule and revisit all the standings and all the qualifying points. Then we see each other soon back with the standings, or maybe also potentially an interview. But
I must have went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope you're trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits. I call right now if you're with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room. $1 and I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. 'Cause being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. 'Cause darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you. For you. I'm looking for you. For you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Be a pilot. Be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat. Let's get it now.
And let's try again. And I see that we have some peaks in the sound there. So we are back in an interview that is with doing in another type of matter. We had some tech issues that we couldn't fit our dear friend the Trinit in the interview boxes. So our overlay didn't work. We had some tech issues, so we did a passive interview instead. We provided him a few questions and he answered those in text. So by that means, me and better said, Piercing thought about some deeper going questions and then were asked into Trinit. And these are the answers that we got. First of all, we had the question, what was the point of struggle for defending first floor? Once Psychopathus gained control of vertical, things went quite, hairy. Is that,
Right.
I'll just say it was very close on, and the rounds completely went horrible in the race of Project XY after Psychopathus gained top floor control. And the answer that we got was a little bit lack of intel that they had. They did not get the intel through, or the team communication weren't good enough to tell and speak about, okay, they're already in deep and have top floor control completely gained. They're having a lot of vertical holes already done, and that way they were maybe a little bit out focused in that section, and also a little bit overpaced because they hadn't the right intel. They weren't able to withdraw their positions early enough, so they get fragged out of that scenario. That was the answer we got on that question. And that way, they also said that may also cause the reasons why they got first fragged from above quite early on. Next question was, why did you ban Monty Mira considering you have reputation of playing shields? They just said they don't want it to be handled around those operators because they're not playing them as much on that map, and they don't want it to handle it from the opponents playing those or bringing those operators. So there's just it. We wanted to focus on the thing that we are very good on in the last weeks, so that we have adapted on our multiple scrims and also played these qualifiers, leagues, and etc., etc., etc. And that is the gunfight aspect, and that aspect we did definitely see, especially in the defense rounds, where they were absolutely annihilating every single gunfight scenario that they had so far. And that was the thing that they wanted to focus on. That was also their mental state when they came into this matchup. As we're going into the next question, where was the mental going through it at the end of the game? It was looking scarily close to an overtime situation. He very easily countered it and said, we were very hyped about ourselves, what's very normal. They took the time to just breathe through and refocus, and it had a little bit slip and slide here and there, that they lost a little bit of their temper. They also lost a little bit of their focus onto the match. But they said they never underestimated themselves. They always said, we're getting this. They're coming in close, but we got this. We need to focus. We need to play as a unit, as we have shown before in the first half, and we will take this home. And surprisingly enough, it held on through. In the latest and 12th round, they got their focus back. They got their focus in, and they made them slide into their winning scenario. And then we had a last question that we talked about earlier is, in that matchup, what do you think was a difference that put you on top? There was similar trophies and struggles on both sides. Triumphs and struggles on both sides. They said Clash, especially on the top floor in the defense, was their biggest stronghold. The pure calmness and also steadiness of Ivan brought so much good intel for them, as also he covered very much with his cold-blooded plays that both Trinid and also Architect could retract from the scenarios, gain up on health, be pull back on with the dog. That was very big things in that case, but also that they never lost focus, they never lost their respect for the opponents, and they never lost the feeling of team play. And that way, he shortly just said, that's the way we mowed them over, because we were played as a unit and we always had to focus in as a unit. That was the thing that they had in mind, and that was also the complete mindset from the beginning to the end of the match. That was the 4 questions that we asked him, and that was the answer that we got. More pleasing or not, that is what we got so far. But that means I don't have any much more to implement. Maybe Dear Piercing has so much more that he has reflected on at his little pause.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean,
never mind. Piercing is gone, so that way I will. So I will just continue a little bit here and just see more or less. We have the meta of having piercing back. Let's see and hope that everything is alright. We had a small tech issue here. I think VOD Ninja is struggling a little bit with their servers, but once again, we try once more piercing. Okay, I would just say we are looking into the standings. That is the end of today. Let's look into the standing boards that we have gotten so far. Let's see what the standing bracket has brought us in these past weeks, in these past days. Okay, we got ourselves I would say the standings table from place 1 to place number 12. Of course, both teams that we just recently saw on place 1 and 2, Segapatas, 160 points, Project XY, 140 points in front of Fraternity with 135, Infuria with 115, INF on 110, Lenovo Legion Honved on 100, again with the volley on 100, Besiktas Esports of 90, Team 300 by the Everlasting Legends, 75 points. Rain 2.0 champs, LFO and LHV are all on 65 points. So that are the standing points. These are the qualifier points that they have gotten for these 3 play days of qualifiers. So we congratulate every single team for each and every point that they have gained so far. These are the 12 participants that has made it on to the standings scoreboard and so on. We just wish you all a pleasant rest Sunday, rest through this rest of the weekend, and come in the new week, hopefully with good hands and all fingers on top. And that way, I say we see you with the next one when it's all about Voltage League Season 4. See you there.
I must have went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits. I call right now if you with it.